Well, hello everybody. Good Saturday morning. I see some of you guys in the chat room are saying good Saturday morning. Some of you are saying we're on the East Coast. Yes, I'm on the East Coast. Today I wanted to do a little bit different of a show. I thought we could have some fun here with the community talk live. And as you can see in my screen here, I have an open window, so we can always have somebody call in if you want to join on the show and chat. You can do so, and the link is callin.studio/thetechbuzz. Callin.studio/thetechbuzz. You know what? I could probably put that in the lower third here, but it's not something I like to advertise because we use it for the show. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, it'd be cool and all, but we don't really want to have 50 million people trying to call in while we're doing a show. But I wanted to do something because I've noticed a lot in the home arcade space, the gaming space. It's like everybody, and this isn't something that it's not a knock on everybody, but I know a lot of you guys, you have questions, right? You always have questions. Your chats never get answered during the shows a lot of times because we have a structure, we have a setup that we're trying to go through, trying to get through topics. We're trying to get through a discussion, and sometimes you guys just feel like you're not being heard, right? Isn't that the word of the month right now? Is transparency? I think that's something that's been set up. I joke, I kid. We're not talking about transparency here. What I want to do is there's a lot of you out there in the chat room right now who have voiced your displeasures with certain companies. You've voiced your opinions with different games being brought out. And so that was something that I wanted to do kind of today is kind of just talk about this. As you can see, I have the chat pulled up here. Biggie D's in the chat room here. We have, let's see who else we have here. We're going to throw that right over the TV here. Console Fanboy, Adam Cow, what's going on? We've got Wayne Rice in the chat room. We've got Prince Malcolm. We have King Krill, what's going on? We have, let's see who else. The Real Smile Bit, what's going on? So we got a bunch of you guys in the chat room hanging out with us here, and obviously we're gonna pull up them chats, but you guys are gonna drive this discussion, right? You guys are we're gonna talk the tough things, right? The things that people don't want to talk about because it's not politically correct. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. You might lose subscribers over it. Don't talk about it because a company might get mad and you might not get that inside information. I am in I'm not in Western PA. I'm in Eastern Ohio. I just never got rid of the number. It's a Google Voice number. So what I'm going to do is I am recording this. I have the phone number up there. I have the Google Voice number up there. I got to remote into that machine. So if somebody calls in, I got to be able to answer that. This was kind of a last minute thing. I know my wife is going to be heading out here, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to go live, and we're just going to go off the cuff because there's so many things that we can talk about, right? And I thought, well, you know what? If somebody wants to join, great. If not, we'll just chat here. I know one of the big things while I'm getting this situated here for any of the call-ins is one of the big things is in Ohio. I see some Ohio folks here. Piskins Run. I am going to be going to Cleveland Gaming Classic. I will be live streaming from there. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be able to stream that live. I'm bringing my crew. And we should have I think a lot of fun. We're going to have a roaming team. My kids expressed interest in roaming the floor. And I'm thinking about going out to Torg. I see you're an hour from Columbus. I'm thinking about going out to Torg later this year. So there's a lot of cool things coming up. But we're going to roam the floor. We're going to talk to people there. We're going to interview different companies that are there. And I see the big thing right now, tornadoes. Yeah, there's tornadoes in Ohio. Not so much where I'm at. I mean, we'll get them from time to time, but that's about it. All right. I think I have it. So, yeah, if you guys want to try to call in, I have the call-in system set up. 724-893-8603 is the number. You can call in and have a chat if you want to. You don't have to. If you want to just sit and listen to me the whole time, that's quite all right too. Who knows? Maybe some of my other co-hosts that are around, they might join. You just never know. Anything's possible. And I just kind of wanted to open it up and make it available to anybody to talk, to vent, to get it off your chest, because there's such a thing as collective criticism and just popping off. And I see a lot of streams where people are just popping off, like I just don't understand it. I sit there and I just shake my head because nothing is getting done with it, right, guys? I mean, you're not gonna get anywhere doing that. It's not productive. But I think if we have some legitimate criticism, legitimate things that we could help, I think that would be awesome. I really do. I think it would be something that I think everybody could benefit from, the companies included. I think we as a community could benefit from it. And Piskin's Run, he's going, yeah, in Ohio we get 4 seasons in a day. You're not kidding, man. Yesterday it was cold. I don't even think it got out of 20. And today we're supposed to hit like 42, and then tomorrow it'll be 50. It'll be a spring tomorrow. Like it's ridiculous. So if you guys tuned in for Game Time on Thursday night, we did a poll if Arcade 1-Up has rekindled their connection with the community. And 86% of you guys said no. And I'm not just picking on them here. I think there's a lot of companies that I think we want transparency for. And I want to kind of play devil's advocate here. Not to stick up for Arcade 1-Up, so don't take it as that. But I want to say is, how many other companies show the kind of transparency, even the little transparency that we're getting from Arcade 1-Up? How many of these other companies, Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, how many of these companies are showing the same kind of transparency that we are expecting Arcade 1-Up, At Games, iArcade to show? New Wave Toys. The list goes on and on. That's what I want to ask. I want to ask that question. Do we put too much pressure? Do we put too much clout, if you will, in these companies to expect them to bend over backwards for us, the community, to tell us the direction that they need to go or want to go or should go? That's my question, because nobody's asking that question. Everybody's just ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's face it, without Arcade 1-Up, we wouldn't be sitting here today. Like them, love them, or hate them, we wouldn't be here today. This show would not be happening. None of the shows that you see on the internet right now that have to do with the home arcade space would not be here without Arcade 1-Up. That's a fact. Okay, because they took the world by storm with these 3/4 scale cabinets. Yeah, there was other cabinets that were trying to come out and stuff, but Arcade 1-Up did it right. And so that's where I sit there and I go, okay. I sit there and go, okay, well, that's great and all. We're going to gripe and complain. And Prince Malcolm says, can we handle the transparency? I think some of us can, but some of us can't. And there's a lot of us here. We've been in the space a while. We've seen a lot. We've dealt with a lot. We've gotten a lot of battle scars because of it. But I think the reality is we expect things to happen overnight, and that's not the case. That's not how businesses run. We got to get out of that mindset that we need to know what's coming down the line. Because, listen, as somebody that works with products, that works with cameras, that development, I know that things can come along the way that snag development that could set it back a year, 6 months, 2 years. And I think that's where the problem comes in. And I see Piskin's running here. I'm going to get to a lot of your questions, so just keep them coming in your chats. He says Piskin's Run said arcade didn't start having problems till they added live. I would agree, but if you want a company to advance, if you want a company to excel, they have to innovate, and the only way they can innovate is by adding new features. And along with those new features, you're going to run into problems. That's the reality. I'm not a fan of playing these retro games live. You guys have heard me say that numerous times. But I'm also going to fight for you guys, the ones that want to do this live. I'm all for it. Like, if you guys want to play online and do these like Moat does and Your Average Gamer, it's just not for me. It's just not something I enjoy doing. I'd rather play like Call of Duty and Fortnite online. That's not these retro games. But again, to each their own, right? Saved by Zero, do you really need transparency if you deliver? So that's another good statement. Do you really need it? I think where Arcade 1-Up screwed up is they bit off a little bit more than they could chew. They started to market before they had a plan in place. They were marketing something that they didn't even know if they could deliver. And now they're cleaning up a PR nightmare. I mean, that's the reality of it. If you guys all remember, and I'm surprised people aren't giving Act Games crap for this, because Act Games came out like 2 years ago, like, hey, we're gonna come out with a racing cabinet. And I forget the company that when people saw the racing cabinet, they were like, well, isn't that I forget the name of the company. It was like 2 years ago. But they're like, it was like a Chinese knockoff company. They're like, isn't that like that? And people are like, really? You're going to do that? And it's almost like Act Games got a pile of nonsense from the community for about 6 months, and then it just fizzled out. And Act Games learned from that, right? Act Games learned that, hey, we're not going to bite off more than we can chew right now. We're just going to, you know what? We're just going to announce things as they come. When we're good and ready, that's when we're gonna announce it. Jade, you're welcome to join. You know the link. I don't need to send you the link. You know the link to join if you want to. If not, it's cool. You can stay in the chat room. You tell me. She says, Jade actually says in the chat room here, she comes in, she says, at the end of the day, no company is perfect. 100% agree. Or transparent enough. That was my point. More mature companies are just better at not gaff and not forgiving. Let me go back to, I got to go to the chat because it cuts it off. Because I want to make sure I read the whole thing here. That's the only thing with pulling up chats like this. It doesn't bring everything. Gaff and or foregoing communication. Well, so that's the big thing. You can't go out. You can't go on a stream and be like, hey, we're going to be more transparent. We're going to be more communicative. And then go radio silent. You can't do that. And I'll be quite honest. King Creole, he brings up Jong here. Jong, from the get-go, when he was doing his Kickstarter, he was very communicative. And he says, King Creole says, I told Jong that too. Stop making announcements until it's final. I 100% agree. Like, it's one thing to tell a select group of people to build some hype that this might be coming. No target date. This could be coming. I feel like not to bring this up and I know Zohar's sick of it. I know a lot of us are just kind of like over it, but we hope he gets it. The free Mortal Kombat 4 movement. He's been busting his hump for the last 6 months trying to get petitions signed and that. Arcade 1-Up makes a huge layoff. Liv gets laid off, who was really big on the whole hashtag Get Loud. Did that fall through the cracks now? Are people like, is that done? Should you even bother? Did he just waste 6 months out of his life trying to get people to sign petitions and that they're just going to throw it to the wayside? We don't know. There's been no communication on it. They just keep saying, just keep getting loud. David McIntosh comes on, does his politically correct speech and throws all that PR jargon out there. I don't care what anybody says. He diverted from so many of the questions that were asked him, it wasn't even funny. He didn't answer them. He answered questions with questions. Or he would twist it and go into something else. He never, ever answered those questions. It was a half-hour waste of my time that I will never get back. What's going up, Paul Barris in the chat room. I think that's what Glenn said last night, so that's what I'm going to go with. What's going on? Yeah, a lot of these companies, like I said before, they're doing layoffs. Some of them, because of the industry that they're in. It is what it is. But I think a lot of these companies, to catch up, they hired so many people that they can't recover from it. That's what I honestly think. They hired so many people, they got caught up, and now they have no work for these people. So what are they going to do? They have to lay them off. There's no choice in the matter. So it's one of those things where it's a catch-22, right? It's a catch-22. For me, the standpoint that was hard for me, and you guys all know, I had a lot of. I have my history is in broadcasting, right? Like, I do this for a living. This is something that I work for a company that makes cameras. My job is I go live on so many different shows in the broadcast world as a guest. This is my pet peeve. Maybe you guys don't even care, but I want to get this off my chest and I want to say this. You're going to be a staple show for a community, for a company. You're going to go on. And you're not going to care about your appearance, and you're not going to care about the audio. And I'm sorry, Travis. He didn't realize that he was having some issues, but that stuff should have been ironed out before you went live. You don't just, you just don't just do that. Like, it's a pet peeve of mine. I see so many people on YouTube doing live shows that they just don't. I feel like you're not giving your audience what they deserve. It's preparation. I've said this on broadcasting shows I've done in the past where you have a broadcast that's 100%, right? 90% of what you do in a broadcast is all preparation. Like this, building graphics and whatever it is that you're doing, and you're building a set. You're making it so it's visually and aesthetically pleasing to your audience. And for me, when I go into a show and somebody's using a built-in microphone, I tune out. I don't care how bad the video is. Just give me the audio. I need to be able to hear the person. I don't want to be hearing humming and whistling in the background. And I feel like if you're going to do a show, if we would have done that, if P-Dubs and I would have done that for At Games, how long do you guys think that show would have lasted? Do you think that At Games and PK would have kept us on doing Legend Center if we looked and sounded like trash? You go look at Microsoft or Sony when they do a broadcast. Do they look like that? And some might argue with me and go, well, you know what? Hey, they're not trying to be Microsoft and Sony and all these big namers. But go big or go home, man. That's my thing. Like, if you can do the biggest, yeah, King Krill, he says it here. Yeah, we would have lasted 2 episodes. Listen, I'm not saying like, hey, technical problems happen. I'm not saying that. But with the technology that we all have at our fingertips, and I'm not saying they have to go out and buy a $100,000 studio, kind of like what I have here. You don't need to do that. There's no reason for some of these mistakes. And it's like, they can't even get their live stream right. We expect them to get their software right in their arcades. And I get it. Arcade 1UP's not a software company. They're a hardware company. I get it. I do. I get it. So that's where I asked the question, are we putting too much expectation on these companies? They either they don't care, or B, they don't have the talent to make this happen. Those are the two things that I see. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. I'm okay. I'm all right with being wrong. I don't have to be right all the time. That's what my wife always tells me too. She always tells me I'm wrong. So it's okay. I'm cool with that. Mike Hawk in the chat room, he says, not sure that Live was laid off, or excuse me, Liv. I think he meant to say Liv. Not sure if Liv was laid off or actually let go on her own. No, she was definitely laid off. A1 Up has plenty of existing products. They could do shows and content about that, but they rely on the community to make those reviews properly. And why do you think that is? Because there's a catch-22. We talked about this. We briefly covered this on Thursday. And I'm going to say this. They rely on the community because we're cheap labor. We're free, right? And I don't know what it is. Arcade 1-Up's not even giving any kind of cabinets to people. And they're bending over backwards to do these reviews. Why? Like, I do reviews for content for my own stuff because, well, I want my channel to grow. I want people to subscribe to it because I want to get my brand out there. I mean, that's what everybody says, right? But I sit there and I go, you guys are bending over backwards for a company who don't give a rip. And that's, I should say, companies plural, because iArcade does it and AtGames does it. Now, AtGames and iArcade will reciprocate. You'll get free games from iArcade. Hey, just putting it out there, because they want to get the word out about it. AtGames, they used to do it where you get free product, you could do the review. That's how it should be. But then here's the caveat. Ready? Are you ready for this? Somebody in our show said, well, the YouTubers and the reviewers, they should get paid for this stuff, of the work that they're doing for these companies. And I just sit there flabbergasted when I hear that, because these same people that say the YouTubers like Travis should get paid for this are the first ones to complain when somebody does like a super chat or that's asking you to subscribe, asking you to subscribe to their channel, because it takes a lot out of you to click it or like it. You know how many shows I've gone on and I've watched 90 some people, 100 people, 300 people with 26 likes. And then the community goes, well, how can we help you, content creators? But don't take any money from these companies, because we're going to call you out. We're going to call you shills. We are going to call you shills. We're going to rake you over the cloves. We're going to sit there and say, when you get a product, we're going to be, oh, it must be nice to get a product, but they don't see the 15 hours of work that goes into reviewing that video, right? Or that product, right? The editing. So I asked the question. Where's the happy medium? You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. Now, I'm not sitting here. I listen. I've told you guys time and time. I don't ask for super chats. That's not something I do. I know a lot of content creators don't ask, but there are content creators you guys know that are out there that are e-beggars. Am I right? So those are the people that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the guys that, you guys like to support your creators. The hardcore fans, the guys that come to these shows every time one of us is live. You guys are hardcore fans. You guys like to hear it. You like to be engaged. We like to do that. Console fanboy, everybody gets on him because he donates to everybody and this and that. But you know what? If that's what he wants to do, that's what he wants to do. But people turn around and they'll sit there and go, well, these content creators, they're e-beggars and they're shills and this and that. I mean, it's like we had 6 months where everybody was a shill. Because the reality is, a lot of these guys, you got like guys like Michael B, who go out and buy these cabinets. Jade's another one. She'll go out and buy the cabinet and she'll sell it. She got ripped up one side and down the other because she bought a cabinet, canceled it. They still sent it to her. She did a review on it, sold her original. Somebody went after her and said, well, you guys, I can't trust you. You guys get these cabinets and then you turn around and sell them. They can't be that good if you're saying that they're good. And I'm like, we're buying this stuff so you don't have to. Yeah, we're getting views on it. I mean, that's the whole reason you buy something that you're not sure if you really want, right? But it just cracks me up. Like, I'm like, seriously, like, guys, You know, I don't know. These content creators out there like Travis, yeah, he's not from the arcade and gaming space, but he's doing his best. And again, I'm not trying to stick up for him, or he don't need me to stick up for him. I'm just stating that there's a lot of work that goes, King Creole, he's grinding all the time on Twitter. If you haven't followed him on Twitter, this guy's grinding for iArcade to try to get more, and same with Prince Malcolm. King Creole does the show with the gaming magazine owner. I can't think of Old School Gaming Magazine's head producer or whatever. He's trying to bring awareness to the stuff. These guys are all grinding, man. And I think that's where I think this community goes wrong. You should be backing these guys, and I'm not even talking about me here. Like, I've watched people get drugged through the mud, man. I just sit there and I go, look, maybe, I saw somebody was talking about PSVR 2. I was a little hesitant about buying it. One, it's $650. One, I got motion sickness with PSVR 1. Now, I didn't get that with the Oculus. So I was like, you know what? $650, that's a lot to drop for a VR 2. That's missing a few things, in my opinion, just based off what I read. I am going to wait for reviews. There's a bunch of guys. Putting stuff out there, right? There's a bunch of guys putting reviews out there. I'm going to wait for that. Just like probably a lot of you guys are going to do. You're going to wait for these guys to drop these reviews, which I don't blame you. You should absolutely wait for it. But I think that's where the disconnect comes from, right? The disconnect is that we assume that when somebody gets a product, that right away they're going to show it, and they're just going to talk good, and there's not going to be any bad. I think you guys know over the time the content creators that you can trust. But here's the thing you got to remember. Opinions can change. Just because somebody's pro something doesn't mean they're always going to be pro something. Look at Arcade 1-Up. A lot of us, we supported Arcade 1-Up in the beginning. But opinions have changed. Why? Because things have happened within the company to make us that we don't trust them anymore. King Creole says, I wait for reviews that I did that with Blitz. Exactly. Are you going to go out there and drop $500-$600 on a cabinet when, I remember the Super Game Room dudes when they got it, and they were, it wasn't all the Super Game Room dudes. They were up in Chicago, and they were playing it. And I was just like, man, I would be embarrassed if I was Arcade 1-Up when they were going through and this doesn't work and that doesn't work. And, this has a problem and that has a problem. And I'm sitting there going, how do you release a product like this? So that's where I sit there and go. And the other thing, it shouldn't be At Games versus iArcade versus Arcade 1-Up. We all like all these games. We like these games. We play them. That's the other thing I get tired of in this community. I really do. It's like, it reminds me of the days when I used to do tech, and everybody was like Mac versus PC and Linux versus Mac and PC, and it's like, I have all of them, and I've been debating getting rid of the iArcade just because it doesn't get played, and I don't really buy any more games for it because there really hasn't been anything that has jumped out at me. Does that mean it's a terrible system that nobody should buy? No. If it works for you, I mean, I know a lot of people who that is their main system because they don't have room for 20 Arcade 1-Ups or 50 Arcade 1-Ups, and they just don't have the room. So they want, a few multicades. Great. That's awesome. It really is. We got to get past that as a community, and I think things are going to start to change. I really do. I think with Arcade 1-Up, they need to get past this. We're going to tell the community that we're only going to tell select few that we're going to bring this out next week. Next week comes along, nothing comes out. Nothing. Zip. Zilch. So then that content creator gets drugged through the mud because they reported on it. Because the company changed their mind at the last minute because something went wrong. They need to come out and we've said this time and time for companies, all these other content creators and influencers, we've said, look, you guys need to do an official statement. You need to come out. You need to say, this is wrong. We can't move forward. We're tentatively going to release it later this year. If it comes out in August, great. Prime example. I pre-ordered Glenn's Tron flight stick, his flight yoke. It's for Tron. And it wasn't supposed to be delivered till March. Well, I was surprised yesterday to see it in the mail. $20. I couldn't beat it. I wanted a better Tron stick for my Tron, for my Arcade 1-Up Tron. I bought it, and it showed up a month early. A month early. That's what you call under promise, over deliver. I expected it in March sometime. I got it now. Put it in yesterday with Glenn's Hollow Spinner 2, which I'll have a review on later this week. And it was, I mean, that's how companies should do it. Not sitting here, and I know if MG was here, he'd be giving me a hard time with Marvel vs. Capcom, but when you pre-order something from a company, you shouldn't be waiting 3-4 months after somebody got pre-ordered from like a Walmart or Best Buy or something along those lines. That's where I have the problem. And that's what I'm saying. That's where these companies are making the mistakes. Oh, here he is. Here he is. I knew it was a matter of time he'd be in here, but he was giving me a hard time for pre-ordering, but rightfully so, right? And I won't do that again. Hobby Hand says, I hope mine arrives today. Listen, you definitely want to watch Glenn's videos on it, and I'm going to talk about it in my review that about that, because Arcade, I pulled the stick right out of the sleeve. So it was kind of a whoops. And Glenn's like, I don't know how you did that. Because I was like, well, how do I get this thing fixed? Right? And he was like, oh, no. He goes, you're good. He goes, you're just going to have to kind of break the other collar out of it and fix it. So, well, it looks like Jade did make it in here. I'm not used.
Why am I on that weird screen?
Why are you weird looking? We're used to seeing you in the dark, so I didn't know that was actually you. And she has nothing to say.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been talking to you. You're just not listening.
Well, I'm like at an oblique, so I feel like that's very weird.
You're an oblique?
Yeah.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. I don't like how you have me up on the screen right now. It's weird. Normally, I feel like I'm sitting next to you, but right now I feel like
is that better? You're sitting next. You're sitting next to me. I'll change the view for you. Is that better?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is that better? See, you don't like change. That's this community. They don't like change. Do you want it to look like a typical talk show that we always do? Everybody was like just sitting there going, hey, it looks awesome. You got the,
No, it does. It looks really good. I was actually saying a lot of stuff. I don't think you saw a lot of the comments I made. I
was going back and forth, and just trying to keep going with everything. See, I went into the studio especially for everybody today. See that? Look. See my giant studio? You guys
Dude, that is hilarious.
You got this is my giant inside the studio. Now, unfortunately, my producers aren't here, so I'm kind of, I have to do everything myself. But I do have Jade here, so she'll keep me in line. I think she will. Anyway, so what do you think? Based on what I've been saying about these other companies not being transparent, but yet we want all these home arcade companies to be transparent.
Well, I think that the whole thing is like gotten to a point where it's just ludicrous.
No.
I mean, you have people who have their own personal agendas, who have their own personal needs that aren't being met. And when I say that, I mean like in gaming. Like
No.
here's the thing, like, and it's fine. Like, I think everybody should ridicule Arcade One Up or whatever, criticize them. Like, sure, go ahead. But I just think it's like to the point where it's like ridiculous. Like, you can clearly see that no matter what they do, they're going to get bitch slapped like by the community. But the fact of the matter is, if you're looking at the numbers, that the community isn't the one who's pulling in like most of their revenue, you know? Like, we're very niche, like, and I do think that the community had a lot to do. I mean, you look at the modding community, and then you look at like the niche parts of the community that wanted like very specific cabs that, you know, we eventually started to get, like Tron, Dragon's Lair, and stuff like that. And I think that we do have a lot of pull with Arcade One Up. I think it's more than people think. But I think what they also don't understand is that Arcade One Up also doesn't give a crap about all the whiny babies in the community.
Sure they do.
You know?
Get loud.
And, well, I think there's a difference between somebody starting a movement to get something to happen and actually putting in the work to make it happen.
Right.
You know, and then people who are just like saying, give me this, you know, because if you go and you look at the chats on their live, every time that they have a live, all you see is this game, this game, this game, these three games, release these, release this, release this. That is probably 85% of their chat, you know. And then you have this other side of the community where you have people completely spinning their own narratives, completely, like just making things up, and people believe it. You guys believe it. So like that's another problem. Like that's like poisoning the water.
Yeah.
There's a snake in my boot, you know? I mean, like seriously, like dude, if you go and you don't fact check the stuff that you're like, fact check what I'm saying and tell me I'm wrong, because if I am, I'll be like, oh, so and so pointed this out to me. But I don't go out spinning my own narratives to satisfy like my need for like likes and views and audiences. I literally go to extents to get like facts and make sure that I'm putting links or like giving some sort of visual evidence that what I'm saying is actually palpable and true. But there are channels in the home arcade community and gaming in general that just say things and it's all completely unfounded. There is no evidence.
Well, they do that for the shock value, though. I mean, and I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
The shock value, but when you have like a shared audience that's believing like complete lies, that's when it's like not okay. So you have all this stuff that's intersecting. All right, it's like a web, and it's all intersecting, and it's like which part do you want to go to today, and what is actually being like, what is actually constructive here? Like I'm going to tell you what my point of view is right now.
Nope, you're not allowed.
My point of view. Okay.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'll shut up. No, I'm just kidding. But my point of view right now is like, I don't care what anybody is saying unless there's some way to prove it. And that's what I would want to bring to people, you know, as far as like products and stuff like that go. Like, do you guys want to see credible people review things, or do you just want to complain about it? Because I mean, I can stop reviewing things and I can just stop doing that completely because you guys think I'm a shill. And I'm not saying this to everybody. This is a generalized
statement.
This is a very general statement. Like, I can stop doing reviews and because you guys think I'm a shill, or because you guys don't like the way my collecting habits are, or, you know, because somebody says something about me that's completely not true. So I should just stop reviewing products, right? Like, who do you want reviewing products? Who do you want telling you what's right and what's wrong about Arcade One Up?
So now you brought up an interesting topic. Let's talk about those gatekeepers, shall we? The gatekeepers, the people that feel that they should be the only ones in this space doing this, and everybody else is just a bunch of people wasting their time.
Right.
If you think there's no
what I want
gatekeepers,
to
you're
know
wrong.
is what is credible then? Because I mean, from what I've seen, a lot of people seem to think that people who don't even touch some of these newer products have credible opinions about them when their opinions aren't even based on fact anyways. So I'm just at the point where, like, what is it that the community actually wants? They're pissed that Arcade went up. They're constantly complaining, and the people who are trying to make it better or trying to like bring some sort of like balance to it so that people can see what's going on and understand things better are also getting crapped on by the same people in the community. So what is it that you guys want? What do you guys want? Because the general audience here, I mean, I can see by the people who are in the chat that a lot of these people are in a lot of different chats within the community and seeing what's going on. So, I mean, you guys need to ask yourself, what is it that you want out of this community? What are you looking for? Do you actually care about honesty? Do you actually care about facts? Because if you do, you need to start fact checking some of these other YouTubers. And I'm not just talking about the ones that are reviewing products. I'm talking about the people who are making claims about products and other companies as well. So that's what I find to be the most baffling thing about it, is people will buy into a narrative or buy into a story just because it sounds like it makes sense. Like that to me is baffling. All right. Now Arcade went up and David McIntosh and all that's a whole nother thing. Like, did he dance around those answers? We talked about that. Like, I talked about that. I think that he danced around them. He went back and kind of answered some of them in an oblong kind of way or obtuse kind of way. But, they're still doing something. They're making some sort of effort to put information out there and get better at it. And again, you cannot expect things to happen overnight. I'm not defending them at all because, like, they make their own bed and sleep in it. Like, I don't care. I don't get paid by them. I don't get free anything from them, so I don't give a crap. And it's the same thing with iArcade and At Games. At Games just did something really good, and it deserved recognition. And hopefully that whole thing works out well when it is released and when it does come out. iArcade, they have some work to do. Is it a cool little what it is? Yeah, but there's nothing special about it. Okay? All these companies are doing their own things. Let's take the facts, round them up, and talk about that. Okay? And then for those of you who want to buy these products, again, who do you want to be reviewing these? Who are you going to believe?
Right.
So I think that's very frustrating for me as someone who puts a lot of time and heart into my YouTube content because it's something that I care about. And then you have all these people who are saying different things every stream they go into. Look, listen, guys, this is just advice. I'm not telling you to do anything. I would never tell you to do anything. But man up or woman up or whatever you are up and do your own stinking research and use your own opinions based on that research. Don't be biased towards a channel. Don't go into a channel that's doing a poll about something and be biased on that poll because you know that that's what that channel likes and you're afraid to like disappoint the channel. Screw that, dude. Go in there and vote on what you think is right for you. You guys, as a community, we should all be able to sit around a table as adults and talk about these kind of things.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be a big deal. Like, there shouldn't be hatred involved in it for crying out loud. You guys, these are video games. They're video games. Like, this you know what? 3 months from now, nobody's going to remember. There's going to be some other narrative going on.
Well, that's the problem. There's
We're going to be back
short-term memory in the community. Bill, you've been sitting in the back here listening. What's your take?
Hey, everyone.
Did I strike a nerve here somewhere? I feel like I did.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, especially as somebody who's still pretty new on the scene, having only been doing this for a year. I mean,
Oh, I guess I did strike a nerve. They went down. Let me see if I can get them back here. Uh, Bill hit the button. He hit the wrong button. We'll get him back here. I mean, guys, put your comments in here while I get these guys back. Yeah, he hit the wrong button. He dropped. He's gone. No, I can get him back. Put your comments in. Do you think what we're saying is true? I mean, do you think this is just a bunch of bullcrap? I mean, I'm not afraid to talk about it because you're either gonna like it, love it, or hate it. So, Bill, go ahead. I got you back now.
I have absolutely no idea what happened. I did not touch a thing, I
You
swear.
pressed the wrong button.
I don't know what the hell just happened. Yeah, I guess I was just saying, as somebody who's still pretty new in the community, I bought my first arcade one up because I liked the idea of, having my own home arcade. It seemed like a really cool thing. And, I guess maybe I came into it a little naive, a little, rose-colored glasses, thinking, oh, this is going to be really cool. Everybody's going to be really excited about this. And then, the more you get into it, the more you realize how nitpicky and that people can be with things. It's amazing how much they will just,
Tear you
jump at you
apart.
for the littlest thing. And again, it's so funny. We've all been saying, it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't
Yeah.
thing. If you praise something you got like to the hilt, then you're a shill. And if you slam it, you're a hater. I try to be as down the middle as I can. I've always considered myself a bit of a good finder. I'm more interested in what's right with something than what's wrong with something, but I don't have any problem with pointing out if I think there's a problem with something. And it comes from a place of, I like this stuff. I want to see them be the best they can. I want to see them get better. I want more of these machines to come out and be better machines and really enjoy and having fun with them. And if there's some tiny little issue with them, I'll point it out, but I'm not going to harp on it.
Why not? That's what the community wants, right, King Krill?
Hey,
What's going on, man? We had you there for a second, and then your audio dropped. Let me see here. We had him there for a second. Did you mute your audio, or can you hear me, though? Can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up. Okay.
Just do sign language.
So check your microphone. Let's see here. Let's see if I can change it for him here. Go ahead, try testing it. Yeah, try backing out and coming back in. See if that'll, because you did have audio. So we'll see if we can get him situated here. But I tend to agree that we run into the problems where
Look, somebody said it's like that way in every community, though, and that is totally true. That is
like that.
Completely true. But that doesn't make it okay.
Well, no, it's just like you have to learn.
It doesn't make it.
You have to learn how to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. I get that that's just like an intrinsic part of any online community, and I completely agree. But what I'm saying is, one of the things that I'm saying is like, yo, be real to yourself and like stop buying into like the bull crap. Like, if you want to go watch a drama stream, like, go do it. Go watch the drama stream or whatever. But like, when you're talking about like content creators who are trying to bring you something here, like information on products or an unbiased review about a product, or bring you factual information, and then there's channels that are going to obviously shit on them for unknown reasons, but it's like, you have to ask, like, what do you want? Because that's how good content creators disappear. They get tired of that crap. Like, nobody wants to deal with it, or they start to slowly just kind of fizzle out. and like people, here's the last thing I want to say real quick for right now. Like I could hold a piece of paper in front of some people's face, like a printed out piece of paper from like the CIA that has facts printed all over it about, like a video game or something. I mean, I'm just using that as like a ridiculous example. But my point is, like, I could hold out a piece of paper that's specked out with facts and be like, these are the facts. This is exactly what I said. And people will still be like, no, you're wrong. It's like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Well, you are wrong. I'm just kidding.
Right.
Not
No,
really.
I know.
Not really. I'm not.
I'm always wrong. I'm always wrong.
King Krill, do we got you now?
What's going on?
Hey, there he is. What's
Hey.
going on there, man? Let me get Bill
Look
in the
who
mix
it is,
there.
my boy Haywood. Hey, folks, I've been knowing this guy since I think we first got the Legends Ultimate. November 2019, I think. Huh?
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah.
Sounds about right. I wanted to comment real quick about just the community, and you guys are all spot on about the different comments. People are getting tired of it, man. We came here pretty much before the pandemic, right?
Right.
And this was a means of coping, at least for me, dealing with all these world issues. I was able to get away from just what was going on outside my house. And then here we are, we got these arcades. I think we have a high level of expectation. This is for fun. When I first got my Nintendo, I wasn't calling, emailing the CEO of Nintendo saying, hey, I want to see this game on there, or hey, I want to see that. I think we need to lower our expectations a bit. And yes, we are buying these machines, but also let's be patient a bit. I also like to tell these CEOs that, hey, be a CEO. Stop getting too much involved with community members, because that's when I've seen things go south. And I don't need to name any companies, but everybody knows it goes south when you're sitting there DMing and messaging and doing all this stuff with community members. It becomes a big problem.
Look, it's like a little kid, right? Like your little kid fall. Do you guys all have kids, right?
Yep.
Okay. Your little kid falls, right? And then they look over at you, and it's like, what do? Do you just sit there and look at them and go, you're gonna be okay? Or do you go, oh, are you okay? What happens if you go, oh, are you okay?
Oh, that's it. The door is open.
The door is open.
Right. Exactly. And that's what's happening.
Yeah, it's amazing how kids don't cry until they see you're looking at them.
Yep.
Right.
It's the same here.
Well, and that's why I was saying, earlier, I feel like the content creators are stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Because we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't, because, you're trying to help the community by pulling out these things, because, listen, not everybody has so much money to drop on certain machines. And, some people are more fortunate than others where they can afford to go out and do it. So they start doing reviews on products. And I'm not just talking about the home arcade space. I'm talking about any space, right? Mm-hmm. So if the company's sending it to them, you should be thankful that they're sending it to them so they can tell you, like, this is crap. This is garbage. Don't even waste your time. It just saved you $600. But they don't look at it like that. They look at it as you're shilling for the company, or, you and Quarters must be shilling for Old School Gamer magazine. I mean, you're doing an official show, right? I mean, come on, right?
Hey, look, we didn't heard it all. Right? You know.
I know. I don't.
We didn't been through it all, so,
dude.
We still it for Old School Gamer at this point. So hey, it is what it is. We see a product.
It's stupid,
and we're bringing it to everybody else and showing the value. That's what we.
Well, let me ask you something. How do people find out about a product?
Read magazines.
But I'm saying, like, how did they find about this magazine, right? Besides people like Glenn and you guys, you got to bring it out to the public, right? You got to talk about it.
Yep,
got to talk about it.
You got to do a show about it. You got to do a YouTube video about it.
Well, to that point, Steve, I've been saying this forever, and No Quarter's been saying it too. If Arcade 1UP had focused on community tournaments, gameplay,
yes,
take the attention off the product. You got to use the product, right? It's not. Some of us have art pieces. We have art pieces. We walk in our game room. Mine's behind me. We walk in there. We like, I'm in an old arcade. nostalgia. But some of us actually utilize the machine, and that's why me and him did the leagues online. We do these tournaments because we want people to use the machine. And if Arcade One Up focuses on that, I think they would get everybody off their case. Trust me on that. If people are focusing on, I'm gonna beat Haywood this week on Tron, whatever the case.
Which you probably will. I'm just being honest.
Or Sheline, you know what? I'm tired of her getting the high score on Robotron. I'm gonna get her this time. Like if people focused on that, I think we wouldn't be talking about. Well, I want to see a Leisure Suit Larry cab. Come on. Stop.
Let me see here. I want to see. I think we had a phone call to come in because I wasn't paying much mind to it here because everybody. Let me see if the audio works. If not, I'll work on getting that here. So I'll work on getting the audio in for this, but I think this is the right thing to do is to talk this stuff out, because I think if more people understand what A, the content creators are going through, B, what the audience is going through, these companies can sit back. They could do their whole marketing plan just by watching one of these shows.
Yeah.
They just don't get it.
You know what? But you know what? The community is not going to give 2 bleeps in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to forget, and we're going to be right back to where we were, because it's this constant cycle of, all this stuff gets heaved up and like, bubbles to the surface, and then it's like, then it goes back down. Then something else happens, and now it's to the point where just anytime anything happens, like it just bubbles up to the surface, and then it kind of goes back down.
Yeah.
I mean, like, so if that's the case,
are you making
like,
a reference to East Palestine and the water situation down in southern Ohio? Is that what? Anytime you put something in the water, it just bubbles up? Is that? Are you taking a shot at me? Are you taking a shot? I'm not near East Palestine.
I can take credit for that.
I think the community did. No, I'm just kidding.
So, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just it seems preposterous. Like, it's literally maddening. It's maddening. Like, when you keep seeing it happen over and over. Like, it's like, am I going crazy, or is this literally driving me insane?
Well,
and it makes me not want to be around YouTube. Like, I'm not going to quit because
she quit 3 times.
I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to quit doing YouTube because of what other people are doing or saying, but it makes me want to step away for a while, because it's like, dude, like it's so annoying. Like, I can't even, like, it's like scrolling through my feed. It's just like garbage, And so it's very frustrating. So I've had to learn over a long period of time just to, like, not watch anything, which sucks.
Yeah.
Because I would like to watch more stuff, but now I'm literally at the point where I'm like, I don't want to watch anything else, because it's either A, regurgitated crap, people are saying things that aren't true, they're giving out the wrong information, or it's just straight up like confabulation. So it's a number and variations of those 3 things, and it's just to the point where I'm like, I don't want to see it, I don't want to watch it, I don't want to hear it. People could talk crap about me and make videos about me, and I don't care. I'm not watching, and that's the point that I'm at right now. It's like, it's so stupid.
After this voicemail here, I'm going to ask you how you really feel. So,
well, I've got like 2 minutes
really
left, because I'm getting an HS5 delivered
real
in about
bad to
5
Brad. If you guys keep reading his comments, I mean, it's not like a big.
All right. Let's address this, because I am going to address this. I know most shows, they go right over this. We're going to address this right now. I'm gonna replay this, because obviously, how do I start this again here? Let me see if I can.
Thing, but I'm going to stop watching, and I'm sure there's a lot of other people. Dude needs to be set straight.
Okay, let me replay this here.
This is Bobby Broadway. You guys really need to 86 Zohar. He's being real bad to Brad. If you guys keep reading his comments, I mean, it's not like a big thing, but I'm going to stop watching. And I'm sure there's a lot of other people. Dude needs to be set straight.
So I am going to say something about this. The streak goes both ways. I've seen it from both sides.
I've
Okay.
seen that both sides, guys. Come on.
This is not just let's attack Zohar, let's attack Brad. Brad's just as guilty as Zohar. And Brad, I'm sorry, that's why I'm not giving you a link. Because I don't want to bring that here. It has to be addressed.
That's a bunch of bull crap, dude. That's the type of crap like the victim. I'm the victim. No, here's my other favorite thing. Like, oh, look at all these people who are playing victims. Oh, but you know what? So and so said this about me. Nah, shut up. Stop playing that game, dude. You choose to be here on YouTube. I chose to be here. Everything I'm dealing with is my, like, I choose to see it and to be involved in it, which is why I was just saying, like, I've learned I have to, like, not watch certain things. If I don't want to see something, if I go in somewhere, I know what I am in for or what I could potentially be in for. Learn to live with it, learn to deal with it, or get out. Like, you're not a victim. This is frickin' YouTube and video games. Like, get out of here with that crap. Unsubscribe from my channel now, because that's probably what's gonna happen.
I'm gonna check in on this too. Jade said a lot there, but I'm gonna check in too. I just did a live about this. Knock it off, guys. Come on. Like she said, this is YouTube. You know what you signed up for. Me and No Quarter get called all kind of stuff. We get CEOs called on us, and we still here. You guys stop. We ain't pointing fingers. We just get up and go and do what we do. Let's just play games. Let's listen to the review. Let's just be here and exist. Stop. I don't want to hear this back and forth high school.
Nobody wants to hear it in the shows. Listen, that's why I said it's got to be addressed. I'm not going to address it on the game time. Super Game Room dudes aren't going to address it because they don't want the drama either. Nobody wants the drama in their chat room.
No.
If every time you guys are in here and you're going to bicker back and forth, nobody's going to want you around. You're going to find yourselves both banned from all the channels, and that's not going to be good either. We want you guys to be part of the chat.
Let me say this too. Zohar and me had beef in the past, like when I first started on YouTube, and he is the only content creator who actually apologized to me and was like, "Hey, I'm sorry, like I went too far, blah." And he gave me an apology, and I said, "Okay." And when I reach out to Zohar and say, "Dude, don't screw with my chat, don't do this, or just, I want you to be there, but don't be a jerk." He respects that. Zohar respects what I ask him to do when he's in my space. And so as far as I'm concerned, that's better than anybody else who I've dealt with on YouTube or had problems with. He was man enough to just be like, okay. And he came to me. I didn't say he owes me an apology because nobody owes me anything. Okay. No one owes me anything. He came to me and apologized. And that's it.
Yeah.
It wasn't difficult. It was not difficult to repair that.
This is a small knit community for the most part. We've gotten to a point where pretty like everybody knows everybody in this community for the most part.
Some of us, Bill, live by each other. Me and Zohar had the same problem, but Zohar is not far from me. We had a conversation. We talked about it. We addressed it. Me and Dubs, we were in Chicago. Haywood, we've been around a long time. Me and him ironed out whatever miscommunication we had. We played Breaker's Revenge against each other. Yeah. Like, people need to be stepping up to the plate and addressing things directly and stop hiding behind keyboards, stop emailing CEOs and all this other stuff and trying to throw you under the bus. Stop doing it.
Yeah.
Period.
If you got problems, work that crap out. Not a million online videos. Work it out and move on. Nobody wants that crap anymore. Everybody said it, and it's so true. We're talking about toys and games.
Well, when you say it like that, Bill,
we're grown-ass people. We're 40-plus grown-ass people talking about toys and games. Nobody needs this shit.
Oh yeah, you know what else makes people in the community look bad is being two-faced. That's another thing. Like, so I'm not gonna say that Brad and Zohar make the community look bad, because they don't. Yeah, I mean, you don't even need them to make the community look bad. And I'm saying that in a nice way, because there are people who go in and out of different parts of the community just talking crap about each other. And I mean, it is what it is. Like that's the nature of the beast. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast. And unless people want to man up and just like deal with their problems and admit that they're wrong, let's see look at it this way. Like out of the content creators that you've seen, how many of them can you say are willing to admit when they're wrong or when they get called out on something? How many of them have you ever seen them actually admit a wrong or look like they have remorse for something? Like, think of it that way, because I guarantee you that they're the least of the community's problems.
Steve has his hand up.
I admit I was wrong. I'll be the first to come on here and say, well, I want to go back to
exactly.
I want to go back to
adult, it's not hard to admit that you are wrong. If you realize you misled someone, even if it was unintentionally, and you go, hey, I'm sorry, I was wrong about that. Like, okay, cool.
I want to go back to King Krill where you said about
25 plus years. I've admitted I'm wrong multiple times.
King Krill, you and P-Dubs had beef over a game. It's probably because you beat him every single time, like I do in games.
You
the
talking
guy,
about me?
Yeah. I think that's why you had to beef, because we had that problem with Legend Center. He would try to get on and play the game, and I'd beat him, and he'd get mad. Him and I, like, that's why I had to throw pie in his face. See, that's how we settled it.
I remember that.
That's how we settled it. We settled it like men. We threw pies in each other's faces. Ask him; he'll tell you. You know, Glenn, we got a contract, so I have to honor the contract. So that's just how it is.
I think too, collaboration is the key. So I want to let you guys know live. The door is open to Old School Gamer Magazine. Myself and Gunther Vincent, No Quarter, and Ryan Berger. You guys are welcome to come and talk about what you guys are doing in your respective platforms. The door is open.
Yeah, I think collaboration's a key. I know we joke around, all the time. It's so not true. Appreciate no, but seriously, like he's like,
yeah, but
so not true.
You know what? Again, going back to the fact that it's it is a fairly small community. Look, 90% of the people who sit in these chats, they all have their own channels too.
Exactly.
At this point, and YouTube is a big space, and there's plenty of room for everybody to put their own content on there, for people to find it and watch it. Collaboration is a good thing. I believe that a rising tide raises all ships. When a lot of people are doing well on YouTube, it just makes everybody look better and do better. And people want to aspire to do better when they see
100%.
other people, other people's content getting better.
Even though Glenn blames me for a lot of things, the recent videos I've been putting out, trying to mix the broadcasting stuff with the gaming.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Let me finish my thought. Hang on, let me finish my thought.
No, I have to jump off.
You're not allowed to do that.
Sorry. But you guys have a great weekend, and
enjoy your machine.
And I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Are you sure? There's a special guest that's going to be joining in about 10 minutes.
I'll be back as soon as I get this arcade machine in my garage. Maybe I'll be back if you guys are still.
All right.
Okay. Oh,
see ya. So now I just lost my train of thought. Dang it. What was I even? Oh, about the YouTube video. Okay, so that's the whole reason I started doing like some of the broadcasting tips and video tips with lighting and camera, just simple stuff that, like, listen, you can apply it to a $10 camera, a $10 piece of lighting, because I know you all know there's videos out there, guys just taking cell phones and shooting video, not even worried about lighting or audio. You guys know what I'm talking about. Like, this isn't, I'm not picking on anybody particularly here. But listen, because I want to make the community better. That's the whole reason I started this show back with Doug and Cool Toy, and we were even going to have Ralph on, and Ralph decided he wanted to go a different direction. That was the reason. We wanted to bring quality. That was what I was bringing to the table. I wanted to bring quality. We had Glenn's knowledge, we had Doug's knowledge, and we had Ralph's knowledge, right? Yeah. That was the reason I decided to get involved in this community. I was happy just playing these games with my kids. But I said, I want to bring quality to this community. I want to do something that companies can be proud of if they're going to put their products on it. Glenn putting his products on and showing him every 3 minutes on the show. I mean, I want him to be proud of the production, okay? And Glenn, feel free if you want to jump on with us too, jump on.
Come on in, Glenn.
Come on in, and
CRS,
you
where
the
at?
call in hasn't changed, but that was the reason I got involved in this community to do this. And so I feel like if I do some videos like this and I can give back and help people, Kongs will tell you I've helped him get his video stuff going. I gave him suggestions for microphones and cameras within obviously his budget. If we all took that approach and help each other, where we see that they're struggling or they're not strong in, we can build the community up and make it a bigger and better community than if we just be gatekeepers. And I see a lot of gatekeeping going on. Am I the only one that sees that?
No.
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 I just think that it doesn't help the community, and
No, you gotta. Unfortunately, there is a subset of people out there who, make it their mission to keep YouTubers honest, and what they're really doing is just finding every opportunity to bash and try to make themselves look better. I'm sorry, no, you don't lift yourself up by putting other people down. It never works, not in the long run.
Yeah. I'm kind of right there with it. Let me get you and King up here so I can get you guys on the screen here at the same time. There we go.
All right.
Hey.
Until we get our other guests that are coming in here, but
yeah, and I got about maybe 15-20 minutes before I got to drop off.
No, that's cool. We can keep
the wife is out and I got to get on the honeydew list.
Listen, I want this. I want this to be a venting. I want this to be able to. This is a real talk. This isn't like. I mean, we can get into game talk, whatever. But I think this needs to be clear. This needs to get out there because we're not going to move forward. It's constantly us versus them all the time. And I know this is controversial. I know it is, and I know there's going to be people that don't like this, and that's fine. But I think in order for the community to grow and the community to finally get back to the games, this has to be dealt with. Period. I've said this time and time again. Like tonight, we have game night. These guys come in. We played last night the Ice Age on the At Games Pinball for 6 hours.
Really? Whoa.
And
wow.
We played it with 5 people. We all took turns because it was the first time I really put a lot of time into it. We got like 20 million points. Somebody would beat my score. It would be up 35 million points. Then it would go up to 40 million. Then I have the highest right now at 172 million. So they're trying to beat that. And it was just constant competition. But nobody ever once walked around and said, is this an arcade 1-up pinball? Is this an iRcade pinball? No. This was Ice Age. And that's what we were playing. And so that's where I sit there and I go,
yeah, that's not even the reality. Quote unquote a real pinball.
No.
I mean, that's something that they made, that they made up for the virtual. You're never going to find an Ice Age in a real arcade. And who cares if it's fun?
That was my whole point with that. I mean, it's these kids are, and I say kids because they're like 17, 18 years old. They're kids. I'm 43. They're kids. Sitting here going head to head with me in Dig Dug. I love Dig Dug. I got the highest score on that on here. In my arcade. They don't care if they're not like, wow, this monitor's really washed out. Or
do they even know what that means?
Yeah, they're like, oh, this ain't a BOE monitor, guys. That's it. This is going in the trash. They wouldn't even know what a BOE monitor is if I told them. We go over and play Beach Buggy Racing. Oh, that's an arcade. Oh, we can't play that. Oh, no, we can't do that. No, they don't say that. It's about the games, and I wish we could get back to that, right?
That's where the investment should be, Steve. Is like I said, I use Arcade 1-Up as an example. Because Arcade and At Games has done a good job of getting the community involved with competition. I think Arcade 1-Up should do it. I see a lot of it now with the fighting game, fighting cabs, and now with Blitz and NBA Jam. But they need to invest in that. That's where I would invest my money. If I'm CEO, I'm like, I can make a retro esports. And I would put tons of money into that. You know how many of us old folk will be involved with that with jerseys on? I mean, that's what I would do, personally.
Yeah, I think you got a good point there. I think esports is such a huge thing right now out there. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So if you listening out there, free tip, free game. I won't even charge you for it.
All right, I think. Let me see here. Travis, are you there?
What's going on, everybody?
We've got him. There he
Hey,
is.
Travis.
Hey, first of all, quick shout out to my dude, the OG, the master himself, Glenn. My dude, the person I've known Glenn longer than anyone else in this community. I've known him since 2018. He is the OG. He is the master. You will bend the knee to Glenn when he asks you to, or he'll hit you over the head with that bat.
He's supposed to be joining. I don't know if he's having issues with jumping on. But
You better.
yeah, he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be on. We don't need my mug on this, but I have it. Yeah, I have it just for when Glenn gets in. We'll get him squared away. He was in, and then it looked like it disconnected him. So Glenn, if you can give that a go again. Travis, we're trying to make some headway here, just kind of get back and just, again, talking real in here, talking the stuff that none of us want to bring up on our shows because we want to stick to our outline, our context. But I think that the animosity in this community, and I brought up, I don't know how long you've been listening, but I brought up about how are we expecting too much from iArcade at games, especially Arcade 1-Up, because Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, they don't give you jack squat of information.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I think it's all about expectations, and I believe expectations of certain people in this community are way out of whack with what is being offered and what is being presented. And maybe it's because the excitement and kind of the thrill of having an arcade finally is something that a lot of people can do and have in their actual homes. I know growing up, I went to arcades all the time. I actually worked in 2 of the largest arcades in Seattle. So, I mean, arcades are amazing, right? And we finally have access to them. And I think we always want them to be better and better and better. And if you think about what was offered back in 2018, actually before 2018, forget about like Arcade 1-Up and everything. Go to like 2017, 2016, where the best thing you could do is maybe find someone who's selling an old cab, and if you had to figure out how to fix it and bring it in, you could do that. You had the one game, you maybe spend a couple $1,000s on it and maybe a couple $100 just fixing it, and man, you had this really cool thing. But a lot of people couldn't do that, or you know, not skilled to do it, or don't have the space to do it, or whatever the case may be. And then in 2018, this whole cool thing about, wow, you can have your own thing. At the time it was $300, and you could bring it in. And then Hack Games and iArcade and all these other companies came out to make these tremendous pieces of hardware that could bring something so cool, something that we, you know, a lot of us miss, the nostalgia of going into a mall. I mean, I used to go to the mall. Tell me if you've done this before, man. When I lived in Seattle before I even worked at the arcade, I worked at the pizza place. I get my, you know, a little bit of money together, and every Saturday, man, I was excited as hell. I was going to jump on that bus. I was going to go to the mall. I was going to go to the food court. I was going to eat my pizza slice, and I was going to go in that arcade and wreck shop. Yep. And it was every single weekend. And there'll never be a time like that. And I feel bad for kids nowadays. They'll never experience anything like that. Right. But now we almost can. Like, we have this thing, and it's like, wow, holy crap, we can kind of experience that. But some people want more. They want more and more, and which is fine. But that's not what's on offer right now. So maybe that's the thing.
Live from his car, we've got Mr. Glenamento.
Oh, hey, Glenn.
Live from the car.
He is there. I don't know if he's frozen now. He was. Darn androids.
He's profiling. Hey, we see you, Glenn.
I don't know. He's like all frozen. I don't know if he's.
Wait, is it? Wait, I can't tell though. Is that Glenn or is that knee Glenn?
Oh, could be.
Oh, I know.
Could be
Right?
both. Maybe he's leaving the hospital and he's having his self-driving car driving back, and he was like, "I'm just going to join the show while you guys are driving back." I'll message him and let him know it's frozen. But Travis, to your point, yesterday I was at the mall here locally, and they just opened up a Planet X arcade, which I'm going to have a video on Monday. I just walked through. I talked to the owner to see if I could do a quick tour. But when was the last time you saw an arcade in a mall?
It's been a minute.
Oh my God. In a mall?
It's in a mall. That's why I said you guys are. Yeah. You got to check the video out come Monday because it's only a 3-minute video. But I was impressed. I was like, "Dang, you got an arcade at the mall! This is like 80s all over again."
Was there KB Toys next to it?
No KB toys yet. But
Y'all remember Babbage's and what was the other one?
Babbage,
Uh,
EB
Software,
Boutique,
etc.
EB
Electronics
Games.
Boutique,
Yep.
some of you games, yeah.
EB Games. So
Before they all merged into one.
so
To Travis's point, though,
yeah, go ahead.
arcade was the center focus of everything. You know, your Saturdays were sold up. I was just talking to my wife about that. My mom would go get her hair done, give me a roller quarter. I'm at Aladdin's Castle, and I'm there all day. Go get me a pizza slice at Dante's, and then the movie theater is in the mall. I go
Yep.
catch a movie. What, 3 for $1?
Yeah, he's moving now.
And-
He's alive. I
and-
think he's moving. Hey, there he is.
And that's the thing.
What
Come
up,
on,
man?
everyone. Sorry. I'm
Yeah, and it
you know,
wasn't just.
We thought you was styling and profiling for us, man.
Nah.
We thought you was getting real cute.
Oh, he's frozen.
It's frozen.
No.
He's giving us a side profile. Look at
Yep.
him.
Look at this. Like he wants to make sure.
Yeah, but that was the thing growing up too, because it wasn't just the arcades. It's like they were everywhere. You went to a bowling alley, they had a row of
Mhm.
games. You went to a movie theater, they had a row of
Skating
games. The
rink.
pizza place. It
Mhm.
didn't matter where you were. You know,
That was
you,
good
you went to
time.
the grocery store, they probably had a couple of games.
Oh, we used to have,
You know,
at the front, Bill, I forgot about that. At the front of the grocery store, we had
Yeah.
2 or 3 cabs,
Mhm.
minimum.
Yep.
And
That's where I played. What was it? My World Heroes Perfect was at the Fred Meyer by my place, and I mean, just those are the times we'll never get back. Again, I feel bad for the youth of today that are never going to have experiences like that. And for me, the arcade was about community, and that's where I think it comes into this. So I met so many people. As a matter of fact, one of my good friends that I met in an arcade ended up becoming the president of Pokemon. I mean, what
Whoa.
kind of a story is that? Like, what the hell is that possible?
wow.
We used to play the hell out of some Tekken, right? And the thing is like these relationships and stuff and people that I met along the way are things that I'll always cherish. And online should make that easier. It should actually make it substantially easier to come across and have these cool stories and meet people and stuff. And in some instances it is, but I think like anything else, you put a lot of people in one particular group of a community in some way, and there's going to be a little toxicity. It's really up to the community to kick out the toxicity and keep the positive going. It's not just a company or one creator. Like it's
That's
the
right.
community that needs to do that.
And that's why I think this is why this has to be done so it doesn't take up showtime.
Yeah.
Glenn, I think you're there. Are you moving?
Yeah,
Like he literally got out of his car. He's like, I'm gonna call back and get in. So hopefully he gets in a better space. Like this has been ongoing here.
yeah, he's in the boonies of upstate New York. There's no reception.
There's no so I guess guys, what can we do? Obviously everybody's like, let's get back to the games. Listen, I'm over the whole pointing the fingers. It's this guy's fault, that guy's fault, this guy's fault.
Yeah.
Yep.
Listen, if you're engaged in that, it's your fault just as much as it is the other person, whether you feel it's an injustice on you or not. I've learned in the past you need to take a look at yourself and see what you're doing in that and try to remedy the situation as best as possible. And if it means you having to swallow your pride a little bit and be like, you know what, let's just move on. I won't talk to this guy. That's fine. And then we move on, period.
Mhm.
Right. I mean, I just think like, you know, I would have been upset if I got that voicemail during a show and I was trying to do voicemails and I, you know, obligated to play it. You know, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But the reality is, if you're going to open that can of worms, be better prepared to eat some of it because we're gonna talk about it.
But my thing is, I queue up and tee up what shows I want to watch.
That's
if
it.
If I don't want to see, I'm not queuing it up. That's the beauty of YouTube. It ain't like back in the day when I would get my cassette tape and I had to listen through a bunch of songs and fast forward. And just queue up what I want to watch. That's it.
What if I told you to go watch it though, King?
Well, I can say no.
Whoa, wait, say that again. You could what?
I can say no.
So you mean if I come on a show and I tell everybody that they need to go watch this show because
No.
heaven forbid we play community, like, hey guys, go watch the Super Game Room dudes on Friday night. Everybody's like, ooh, they open that proverbial box. What do they call that in pro wrestling? They call it somebody help me out here. The door. What is it? The forbidden door.
Oh,
right?
forbidden door.
oh no, you mentioned another show. Aren't you worried that your audience is going to like leave? Or Super Game Room, dude, you mentioned Game Time. Does that mean, the
No,
reality is
it's your
you
choice.
decide if you're going to turn us on because you like us or don't like us, right? Nobody's
Yeah.
twisting your arm. Travis, they're putting you in an arm bar that you got to watch this show, right? I mean,
I have to.
that's the reality here. People forget that.
That
You
was
can
funny
go do like Bill and go cross off that honeydew list while the other show was on.
That's what he's going to be doing.
Oh, Bill, wait, hey, they're on. All right, well, let me go let me go check that off.
But that's the reality, and I think I do think, and again, not standing up for one up or anything like that, but I do think we expect too much from these companies. We've grown because we've grown to want more from them because remember when they started in the community,
Boiled.
they were very, very much a startup.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember when we were doing the Retro Buzz, and I mean Travis, you were on that show with us too. You had that little intro you did for us. I remember Scott Bacharach doing whatever he could to get on his phone to get on that show because this was something completely new to him. He was like, wow, you guys got hundreds of people watching. I can get on there and talk to these guys and tell them about my products and PK and all the. I mean, this was totally new. I mean, you remember even when iArcade came out, nobody had that ability, right? Because some of these platforms weren't around yet. And now we just expect them to keep giving us more, and Nintendo and none of these companies do that. Travis, you're in tech world too. You know, Apple tight lip. They don't tell you nothing. They got nothing.
I talked about this the other day to somebody. I can't remember. It might have been Jade. Where I saw that. So for the show that we just did the other day, what's interesting is I thought we gave a lot of information, but it was funny. I guess there was some critique of like, we didn't really answer anything. I'm like, well, yeah, actually we answered a bunch of things, but I mean, maybe we didn't answer your particular question. But what was interesting is, I mean, everyone's perspective and expectations of things are going to be different. So I guess and I always like to say perception is reality because that's what it comes down to. If I perceive that Arcade 1UP says they're going to give me the arcade experience, but I mean, everyone knows because whenever you buy their products that there's always going to be at least one thing you're going to need to fix. I mean, which is right. They're both right. Like, should you expect a lot because they say a lot? Maybe. Should you expect the fact that they haven't given you a perfect cab yet? Yeah, probably you should expect that too. So I don't know. I think a good indication of the past of the future is looking at the past a little bit. So yeah.
Well, I think
if you're waiting on perfection, you're always going to be disappointed.
What is
always?
Yeah.
Look, real arcade games aren't perfect. They break.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They
yes.
require a lot of maintenance.
Yeah.
Probably more so than these do. These are for the most part pick up and play. All right, you don't like a joystick, you got to replace it. Boo-hoo. For most of us who are buying these things, they're perfectly fine the way they are.
Yeah, what's funny is I saw a picture. So when that weird thing happened with Killer Instinct and it bricked it, well, we say bricked, but when you brick something, you can't bring it back. They're actually Code Mystics is actually fixing that. But someone had a picture of they had the out of order sign on their KI next to one of the other arcades, and I was like, look, it looks just like a real arcade. Because having worked at an arcade for years, that's literally how every single day was. There was at least one, if not multiple arcades that weren't working. That's just the way an arcade always has been. So I thought it was kind of funny.
Hey, we went to the Mecca I call Galloping Ghost, and I saw about 100 under construction. So I was telling No Court, I said, man, I bet that's a pain to manage. Galloping Ghost. That is so many arcades, and it's always problems. We went to go try to play Revolution X. The dude had to tinker with that to get it fired off. So I mean, I hear you, Travis. It could be a pain either way.
Well,
yeah. So what did you guys just for my own selfishness? I don't want to stay here too long because I love what you guys do and I just prefer watch. But what were your guys' thoughts of like the show that we did? Because I didn't really right after I got the show, I didn't really go on the internet for a while because I know that I just first of all I had other things to do, and then secondarily like everyone wants their little hot takes, and I'm like, I'll get to that later. So like, what were your like honest opinions? I know Steven's because we texted back and forth right after the show. But I'm curious what you other guys like really thought, and don't like try to spare feelings. I legitimately am curious.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't seen it yet, so now I'm gonna go
All
and
right.
watch it for this. But Bill, maybe you. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I even said on Game Time, I was, just like we were talking about doing stuff with the honey-do list. It was, you know, Travis, you were good for your word. You said you were just going to throw it up when you were ready and not let anybody know. And like within like 15 minutes or something, I think you had that, thing up there. Yeah, I was kind of watching it while doing other things, so I probably missed certain things that were said. But I thought, and I said this game on Game Time Thursday night, I thought it was a good start. I'll be interesting to see how it progresses if you guys really do keep doing it over the next few months. But yeah, if people are going into these shows, I mean, you're doing a half-hour show, you're trying to answer some of like the biggest hot takes that you can at one time. If people are expecting the hundreds of questions that everybody has to be answered in a half-hour show, they're fooling themselves.
Yeah,
So
a little behind the scenes on that. A little behind the scenes on that. So I'm glad you brought that up. It wasn't supposed to be a 30-minute show. It's maybe like a 15-minute show, and I had a hard stop, like a hard stop, not for me, at the top of the hour, which is why I was trying to like, okay, we got to go, because I was told very hard stop, top of the hour, and then all of a sudden we had more time. I'm like, oh, I mean, okay, that's not what you told me before we started, but okay. So yeah, it's interesting that we thought that we'd be able to get through the questions that we had initially faster and then be able to get to the round robin quicker, but that's just not the way it happened. And that's just, listen, when you do a live show, you never know how things are gonna go. So.
Yeah. Well, let me just ask you that real quick, because the majority of that was just you and David like back and forth. There was very little, community chat brought up until the very end, and just a couple of things. To the point where like Steven and I were texting back and forth. We weren't 100% sure if it was live or pre-recorded.
Right.
To be quite honest with you.
It looked really scripted. It really did look scripted.
Yeah. Do you think you'll get to a point, or do shows where you have more time to spend on more Q&A with the community?
Yeah, 100%. Now, let me give you the thought process behind all of this, because for as much control as I don't have on that show, I have a lot of input. And I think without having done the show before and not really knowing what to expect from David, because I hadn't really met David until a week or two before we went live the other day. So I didn't have a rapport with him like I have with like John D or something. So I didn't know what to expect from him. So it made sense to try to get questions that I knew, A, the community wanted to know, and B, that I knew I was actually gonna get answers for. I think the thing that some people who aren't creators, that wouldn't think about is, oh, you should just ask questions when you're live. The problem is, if I were to do that and he gave a bunch of non-answers, now I've wasted everyone's time. I want to know that the questions that are going to be asked are A, relevant, and B, going to be actually answered. Now, moving forward, now that we've got a lot of the big questions out of the way, 100% we can do, questions that come through the chat. But my concern with just doing that is that you're going to get a lot of non-answers, because people are going to ask very specific questions that can't get answered. And I think good questions come from the community at large over time, when you can filter through Reddit and Facebook and stuff and find like, what do you guys really want to know? You want to know if Space Ace is coming out next month? Like, no one's going to answer that for you, right?
Right.
But you might want to know, is there a chance that a deluxe version of Space Ace or whatever may happen one day? Like, that's probably a question they can answer. They're not going to answer, is next week the new whatever game coming out, So yes, we will get to that point, but I also want to make sure that questions are actually answered rather than finagled.
Well, and there's certain points there that I feel like David skated around your questions. Like he ignored the question that you asked. Prime example was Terminator 2. And he was asked
specifically
he was asked. And that's when
what I asked, let me clear that up, because I have, I know more things than what was said. The point is, I think that the point of the answer should have been, and I don't know, I can't even remember what he said, because we went over it multiple times, and I was only half listening because I was doing a bunch of other things, and I was getting texts left, right, and center on my phone, and like everything was going on, right? And Steven knows how this is.
Oh yeah.
So the answer is, they are working on, if anyone's complained in a significant way on the internet about a specific bug that's in a game, it's already known about and it's being looked at, is really the answer. Will they get fixed? Most of them will not only get fixed, some of them are already fixed. They just haven't been pushed out yet. They're being initially tested. So there's things that people are, and I don't know if maybe they thought that it wasn't. There was someone said something like they didn't feel like he got an answer on MVC2, and we literally gave an answer on MVC2, and I wasn't real sure why not. And maybe it's because I didn't hear what he said.
The way he answered it, and I wasn't the only one that said that. So when I told you, the way he said it was like, well, this is how he answered. He was like, well, we have a lot of IPs and there's a lot of software bugs that need to be fixed. So it's based on how important it is, based on how many people actually own these products. And so as an MVC2 guy, I was sitting there, like if I was one of those ones that won it online, I'm sitting there going, so what you're telling me is if there's only 500 people for MVC2, but there's 10,000 for Terminator 2, I'm in the back of the line waiting for my MVC2 to go online.
Gotcha.
That's the way he portrayed it. And I know there's people waiting for Dragon's Lair for the audio video sync. Or, you know, John D basically said a while back, that ain't happening. Now you're saying that they are looking at this.
They're looking at everything. Now, does that mean everything is going to get fixed? Probably not. But a lot of things that are complained about are either already fixed and waiting to get pushed out, or are being in the middle of fixing. Let's see. DMAC was rambling about okay. So I think, and again, I need to maybe go back and listen to exactly what he said, because we did a couple of run throughs, and the run throughs previous, I thought were all good. I asked him to give background on things. I don't know if once we got live, if that happened, or if again, I listened to most of the answer, but again, there was so much stuff going on that I was really just trying to pay attention to if everything's still live. People in the chat, like, it was just, you know how it is, Steve. Anyway, so to answer that question, because I think if it wasn't clear, I can make it clear, because this was the answer that was going to be it. Is yes, first of all, there has to be a priority. Right now, the number one priority is MVC2, and if that wasn't made clear, then that was a mistake, because that's what your walk away from that should have been. MVC2 is literally the top priority right now. Getting it online at Arcade 1UP, and it's not a controversial thing to say. Anyone who works at Arcade 1UP knows this. They are pouring so much resources into this thing. And again, I'm not like excusing the fact that it's taken this long to get to where it's kind of ridiculous,
right?
But in fairness, and again, I care about the facts. I don't care about how people feel about it. This is the facts. They are putting a tremendous amount of resources in. Legitimately a tremendous amount of resources in. And yes, in March, a lot is going to be given to you, and a lot's going to be very clear about MVC2. There won't be, I don't know if there's many questions that are going to be left at March. I don't know.
And I think that's all people, you know, because David does tend to go into the PR mode, and he needs to separate that when he's live and just be transparent. Like, look, guys, we screwed up. Not you, him. He's the representative of the company. You're the guy that's throwing the questions out.
The moderator.
You're the moderator. That's a great way to put it. You're the moderator. We can't go after you for this. He needs to come on there and be like, look, I screwed up last month. I said this, what I really meant to say, and it wasn't clear, so I'm going to spell it out for you guys. We are working on Marvel vs. Capcom 2. We're working on the fix right now. It's taking longer because we're finding things that we want to optimize so you guys have the optimal experience. That's what he needs to come out and say, and people.
And it's funny because he did say that in other versions of our conversation.
He didn't say that day. That's for sure.
And I think, and I got it all confused, to be honest. Like we did like 3 run throughs, so I hear this answer, and then I think what ended up happening is, and David. So I also personally didn't know what David was going to think, like, after having done this, right?
Sure.
He now apparently is in love with doing this, so he wants to do more. I think as time gets on, he will get better about those things. Maybe he was a little nervous. Maybe you got to remember, this is the first time that Arcade 1UP was ever really some people might not think this is the case, but it's 100% the case, as open with the community as they were. Now, Let me be clear. I have worked with a tremendous amount of companies, from small companies all the way up to Amazon. None of them that I'm aware of would ever let someone come on their live stream and tell them how their most expensive product wasn't worth the money. Not a single one of them
I
would
couldn't
allow
believe
them
he said
to do
that
on their YouTube channel like I did. Okay.
Right.
And then right after that, go in and say, yeah, you know what? You're right. We kind of missed the bar. Like, no one else would do that.
Yep.
It blows my mind That isn't the story. That
All
is
right.
the story.
We have a caller calling in.
Oh, phone call.
Caller, you're on the air. What's your name?
Oh no, I wanted to leave a voicemail. It's
Oh,
Zohar.
just all right, Zohar. No, go ahead. You're live, so go ahead and
Okay, well, I
ask
just
your
wanted
question.
To say, people, hi, it's the narcissist Zohar. Nice to see everyone. No, I just wanted to say, a lot of people are forgetting that Arcade One Up is, I mean, it's fairly brand new. Came out in 2018. We're forgetting about the cookie cutter designs. Every cab was the same. The risers were all the same. There were no lit marquees, no coin doors, what else? No online. They've come a long way. Yeah, they've come, they make mistakes, but they're slowly listening to us. They had the lit marquees. We wanted that. Coin doors. We wanted that. Different shapes, different unique controls, design, graphics on the marquee. On the riser. So, slowly but surely, they're making their rounds and listening, but they can't do everything, Yeah. I just think people are forgetting that it's a brand new company. And, it
Because
takes
it's only
a while.
been what, Zuhar? 3 years? You would say
4
4 years?
4 years. I think it's
really that long.
It's 4, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not really that long. So.
Yeah, it's not that long. And then I give a
Patient.
lot of crap to iArcade, and I gotta do some self-reflection and be like, wait a second, they're even younger than One Up, and I'm giving them crap. So
Who I'm loving right now, and I was popping big when the announcements was at Games. I've been a big at Games supporter for anyone who's ever literally watched me in live streams on some of these retro gaming shows for the last year that I've been on them. I've always talked about how I love at Games and how much I've actually worked with them before on multiple occasions. I think that they have one of the more compelling products in the space, and what they did this past week or so ago, one of the things that impressed me the most wasn't like the 4K. The 4K stuff is cool, right? You could argue that the arcade maybe doesn't need it, and maybe the pinball machine does, but forget about that. The thing they did was one of the things that they did that really impressed me, and why I love talking to PK when I do talk to him, is that they gave an upgrade path for people like me who have 1.0. That's crazy.
Yes.
That's not something that you would normally do. You want to sell the new thing. But no, they were like, look, we want to support the people who bought very early, like me, like the 1.0, which it seems like people don't even know what that is. He's like, no, we're, you can buy, and some people are 350 too much. Listen, for what it is, it's not too much. The full arcade's probably going to close to 1,000. So I'd rather pay the 350 than the close to 1,000 that the 4K is going to be. I really impressed me. And I felt like, not only did they really take in community feedback, but that actually excites me. I'm hyped for that. I'm hyped
too. That's pretty. Hey, Travis, I've been saying that. People don't have any room. I'm running out of room. At Games is giving me the option. I could upgrade to a new machine, or I can buy the part and upgrade what I got.
Yep.
To me, that is innovation. So shout out to PK for doing that. I mean, that's giving us options.
Love it.
No, I think that's I think that's smart, but I think that's a good reflection for everybody out there, to look at it and say, look, what game do you want? How do you want to play it? You've got options. You got 3 home arcade companies right now that you have your choice to play this on. And a lot of people are, again, I'm just going to say it, a lot of people are complaining about the Dragon's Lair on the Arcade 1-Up. Okay, well, if you own an iArcade, play it on there.
Play it on there.
Right.
Or the at games. So what does Glenn always say? I'd rather have choices than not have choices, right? Speaking of which, I think we've got Glenn calling in now.
Glenn,
is that you?
It is me. It is I.
Hey, woo!
You just talked.
I am I.
Talk him up.
Are you got good bandwidth where you're at?
Well, I'm calling on the regular line right now, and I apologize. I'm in the boonies right now, taking Blue for his nail appointment. He's got to look the part for the ladies.
So what do you think, Glenn? Everything that we've been talking about, I know it's controversial, but I think it's productive.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple things you guys have been talking about. Another thing about the community and all the there's bad unnecessary blood between channels, YouTubers. That's something again that really, I agree, needs to just basically stop. Like Bill said before, He was right on the mark. No, we're a very small community, but YouTube is very big. There's plenty of room for everybody. And one of the things that I've always tried to do was to help other people, like you, Stephen. Just trying to help people to promote other people to get their channels to grow. That's the first thing. So there's really no need for negativity. People shout people down. Everyone has an opinion. Not everyone has to agree with your opinion, but people are allowed to have their opinion. And that was a problem I had recently. I just had another incident with the official Arcade 1UP fan page and mine. Arcade 1UP has put a stance in that if it's not positive, they don't want it on there. They will basically squash out anything they feel is not positive for the organization. Now, again, that's their official page. It's a fan page, but if they want to run it as a corporate page, that's their right. Yeah. The issue becomes if that official page then tries to come to my page and say, well, this person, we don't like that post. That's not my problem. The original Arcade 1UP fan page is you're allowed to speak your mind. Now, again, you have to be respectful. You can't be attacking people. You can't just throw lies out there saying, this machine is just garbage. That's an unsubstantiated type of thing. However, people have opinions. People spend their money. People should be able to express themselves. Now, again, it's Arcade 1UP's page. If that's how they want to run it, that's fine. But I had to remove one of my admins, who was a very good friend of mine, and it hurts me because I don't want to do that. But if someone is trying to run two separate pages that are very diverse in how they are meant to be, I can't have that. So I just want people to know that the original Arcade 1UP fan page is a place where you will be allowed to talk and express yourselves, but respectively. Respectfully. Thank you.
Well, I think Glenn also with that. Let's put this out there too. Like I get tired being like if you're in both groups, I get tired of one group tattling on the other. Man. Like Glenn lets this happen in here, and then they run back to the arcade group and they go, "Oh, you know what Glenn said in this group? And you know what they said?" Like, just stop. Like, why does that have to go on?
What, like you guys were saying before, and we've said it a million times. We're not 5 years old. This is a hobby. This is toys. This is literally toys. There should be no threats. There should be no, cursing. It's toys. And to be quite honest, it just happened yesterday on my Facebook feed, which even David McIntosh had commented on, was when Arcade 1UP won the 2018, the company's 5 years old, 2018 Toy of the Year Award, right? So that's what it started out as. It started as literally a toy, for parents to walk into a store and say, oh my God, this game, Pac-Man, Asteroid, Centipede, my kids will love this. They probably won't, but at least their parents think that anyway. So that's how it was supposed to be, and that's how it started. Everything was fine. Now, there are a lot of other companies in the mix. There are. Everyone has their own way of doing things. Arcade 1UP is going with full license machines. They're starting now with machines that are starting to look the part, which is fine. Then you have At Games. At Games is a multi-case. Right there, the thing is, here's a machine, there's some games on it, but mod the heck out of it, do what you want, it's your machine. We'll offer more games, but you can put your own games on as well. Then you have II Arcade. And they're trying to do like an Apple experience where it's a closed ecosystem. They're going to have games on there. Sorry, guys, I'm actually outside, so I apologize about the wind. So that's a big thing. But here's something I've noticed since I've been doing this community for the past 5 years. This is something that I just noticed. And I'm not meaning any disrespect to anyone or any company, but I do have to say that out of all the companies I personally deal with, only one, honestly, has been causing drama. One has been attacking other companies in groups. And that's why I no longer wish to associate with that company, period. It's well known it has some bad blood with Arcade 1UP. Definitely didn't come from my side. But it actually came from their side. And with me, it's enough's enough. And I just want to say one point here is that no other organization ever went into other groups and attacked those companies, their products. Only one company did that. That's Arcade 1UP. So I want the community just to think about that for a second when you're supporting that type of company. It's how the company acts. We're the community. We're the people supporting the company. We're the ones who are the fans. And Arcade One Up has shown time and time again to the community, they've not been always truthful. I personally felt, I watched the show, I didn't think that they were very transparent right from the get-go. So I know, again, I'm going to have a bad stake of blood here with this, and I apologize to everyone for that. But I just want people just to remember, certain companies out there have been very good to the community, have worked with the community, and then there's one that's simply out there for the dollar sign. And that's what I'm going to say about that.
Mic drop.
Yeah, I'm about to say, did somebody drop the mic there?
Yep.
and that's fine. And I think that's something that has to be said. You know, that's his opinion.
Well,
and
I had
you're
to
allowed
say
to do
it because I'm already hearing in the talk here, everyone's just like, it's like, Arcade One Up here, they're good. There's two sides to the coin.
Of course there
Arcade
is.
One Up says,
Yeah.
Here's my last thing, and then I promise I'll shut up. The whole point of a community, Arcade One Up wanted their own fan page, which I ran for 5 years. Okay, and that entire time, there were issues. I don't want to get into that. But then they went and took Lewis's deals discussion page to start a community page, to talk to the community, to hear from the community, to let people talk. And all they're doing now is, it's like Russia. You can talk as long as it's good. That's not listening to the community. That's not listening to the end users. You know, a company, I myself sell products. People tell me there's problems. I listen and I try and fix it. Not everything's going to be perfect.
Right.
But if you don't allow people to talk and express themselves in your own official fan page, when you constantly say you're being transparent and you want to talk to the community and hear from the community, that's completely the opposite of what just happened yesterday when they're specifically said, if it's not positive, you can't post in our group.
Travis,
I'll
do you
put
think that's
myself on mute
something?
now because that's too much noise?
No.
I'll mute myself.
Travis, do you think that's something that it would be worth asking Arcade One Up? Like, why the censorship all of a sudden on your corporate page?
Sure, yeah. I will say one thing. This is one reason why I'm not on Facebook.
Right.
You know, like
I can vouch for that because that's why I'd message him other ways.
I have no idea what Glenn's talking about because I'm not on Facebook for that stuff. I don't even bother. So I have no idea what he's talking about. But if that's a thing, then sure, why not? I'd be more than happy to ask that. I don't have anything to lose. Sure.
So I just think that I agree with that, and I agree with the point though. It is their corporate page, right? If they want to run it that way, they are allowed to do that, right? I just know there's a lot of people that are unhappy that Arcade One Up acquired a page that they thought it was a deals page. I forget what else they did in that page. I wasn't in.
Well, here's the thing with that is, Steven, to me, what happened there. To me, what happened there is like when a YouTuber buys subs.
Oh, that's a good point.
Upon. If I'm a YouTuber and I buy 50,000 subs,
mm-hmm.
you know, they would say, look, you didn't earn those subs. You bought them.
Right.
And that's what Arcade One Up did. They bought a page, maybe not monetarily, but they bought a page with people, and those people actually were very upset that they had a deals and discussion page that was converted in that way. Arcade One Up, if they were truly about the community, they would open up a new page and they would start it from scratch. The entire start of that entire page, unfortunately, was drama. And I also want to say here real quick, because I know people ask you this, Travis and I are friends. I have nothing against Travis whatsoever. I would lay down in mud so he could walk over my back.
And I would pick you back up, Glenn. You're not allowed to be in mud while I'm alive.
But I want to say, listen, I do honestly, I've been hurt and I'm annoyed and I'm mad over lots of things because when you put yourself out there, I'm a nobody. I am you guys in the community, just like Travis, just like Steven.
We're all nobodies, man. Come on.
Well, what I'm saying about that is we are just people who enjoy gaming. All right, that's it. I went a step further. I'm trying to make products to make things better, so that's on me. That's got nothing to do with Arcade One Up or anyone else. But the point I'm trying to make is we're a community. We're very passionate about these items, and if a company is going to come into our community, which they can, they need to just be a little more straightforward and honest.
Agreed. And for the record, so everybody knows, with Game Time, there's no beef with us. You decided that it was time to move on. You didn't want to talk about Arcade One Up, so I mean that's the elephant in the room. I've had a couple messages, people like you hate Glenn.
No,
I'm like I don't hate Glenn.
Here we
I
go.
have no problem with anyone on any of the
We love
streams,
Glenn.
but I did not want my experience with this company to take away from the show, and I felt that it would. Honestly, I felt it would. I've talked to Travis, I've talked to a lot of the other YouTubers. Said, Glenn, try and open up dialogue. You guys don't get it. There's been 5 years of dialogue back and forth. This is not the first incident.
Right.
This is simply the last incident where it's now, you know what? It's like you're going to be raped so many times. There's a time where the rapee says, you know what? Enough. And that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
So
Well-
I apologize to everyone out there about that. I do. But as far as myself, I have a certain level of honor, right? And I expect other people I'm working with to have that same type of respect for people and honor and treat people the right way. And I honestly feel at this point, RK1 will never do that. And I will not associate with them going forward. I know few people have had John D reach out to me. Again, like I've said before, this is not the first incident. There's been many. I will not talk to him. I called Scott, and I told Scott directly, I will never, ever, ever talk to John D. I will never buy into the RK1 product. I will never support you guys, period. With that being said, I do run a Facebook group, and even at the end of my videos, I still promote them. Because even though I have a problem with the way they are, I don't take it out in the community. I'm here as an advocate for the community. If a company does not want to work with us, I don't need to work with them.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, by the way, that's how I really feel.
Well, listen. I just
Direct.
need, and we're gonna get to Gunther here. Gunther joined us here. No quarters, you guys know him.
What up, Gunther?
I didn't want him to think that we were just ignoring him. I got to make sure that we have all the facts out there because I know Rexer's probably going to go live tonight. And he's going to clip every bit of this and break it down and distort it completely to make you guys entertained. And that's completely fine. He's allowed to do that. I even laugh at some of the stuff that he does. So I just wanted to make sure that that was actually there. So we had the legitimate info, right? It's all about truth, Travis, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Put the truth out there. So
All right, before you guys move on, I'm well past when I should have been on here because I got
honey-do list.
Yeah,
knock
so
that list out.
I know. So I'm gonna say goodbye. Enjoy the rest of the show, guys. And I will see you guys Thursday on Game Time.
All right, see you later, Bill.
Later, man.
Hi, Bill.
All right, Mr. Gunther, what's going on, man?
Look like you muted.
Guys, how's it going?
Gunther's like, man, I'm just
You
sitting here.
got
Just yeah, we got
hear
you. What's going on, man?
Not much. So I'd stop and see how you guys are doing.
Well, I think everybody's doing okay. We're
Yeah,
we're seeing positive feed. I think it's positive feedback in the.
I think this is good, Steve. I think this is what we need. We need more of this type of stuff, so it won't get in the way of, like you said, your actual content. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and I don't want it to be a Debbie Downer type of type of show when we do it, because this is the time to really get real, where people could just call in if there's mistakes or whatever. They call in, because I'm doing a lot of this stuff on the fly here, taking phone call. I don't normally do that during a show. That's a lot of work to do. You guys know you do shows too, so I wanted it to be a community thing, not just a content creator thing. So that's kind of why I'm encouraging people to call in. Like we had Glenn call in, we had Zohar call in. I mean, you guys feel free to call in the number if you don't want to get on video. You got a question for Travis or for any of these guys here. I think as a community, I think we need to not be afraid that there's other people there. I mean, at the end of the day, what we said before, like nobody can force anybody to watch or not watch somebody. You watch something because you like it, it's entertaining, and it gives you the information that you want. Period. There's people that don't like me. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I don't really like this dude, and I don't know why I'm here. I don't really like it. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but that's why there's a multitude of content creators, because you might just not resonate with somebody, and that's okay. The content creator is not going to take offense to it.
Right.
But I think there's a way that you can deliver a tough subject like this without it being hate. I don't want to call it hate speech because it's not what I'm thinking, but I think it's a roundtable discussion about a problem that's just continuing to brew and get worse and worse.
Yeah, I agree, man. I think we're finally on the other side of the hill. It seems like it now.
Let's hope.
Like I think we can finally. What me and Casey have always wanted to do is just combine forces with everybody. We only have 20, 30 people in this entire space, tops. That are making content. If we could just stop the drama, stop the created content, just to get views on your channel. If we could stop that crap, then we would be so much further ahead than we are. It's just holding the entire community back, And so I'm so glad to see you do this show. I know this is probably just off the cuff. I don't watch many shows in this space. I'm so busy working on other things. I really only have time to do this stuff when we do our show, and when I have time to play games, I usually stream it live like I did this morning.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't really have a lot of time to watch a lot of the other shows, so I don't. But a lot of the stuff is news to me as well. Like Travis, I've never seen you before somehow, but you're all over the freaking place. Now that I start seeing, you're all over the place.
Oh no.
So
algorithm.
Oh, by the way, since you said that, everyone subscribe to all our channels. Shilling.
I was wondering when he was going to pop in to say that. Isn't there like a discount for a Build-A-Cade too? It's on my list.
Well, since you brought it up, Stephen, since you brought it up, yes. For the first time ever, you can get 20% off the Build-A-Cade on T6. And in fact, I just sent Stephen a picture of the Build-A-Cade with the Joe Sabo's artwork on them. They look wonderful.
Hey now.
Did you send it to me on Facebook or on text?
Instant Messenger, Facebook I am.
All right, I'll pull it up here right quick for everybody.
I'm sure Travis will gobble one of these up.
I'm gonna take a look.
I'm still waiting for it to come through, Glenn. It's still
really?
I don't know if you have your Verizon's. Oh wait, it's coming now. Hang on, it's coming
again. That's what she said.
Nope, now it stopped. Send it again. Send it again.
Just sent.
I think the dogs are there it is. Okay. All right, Travis, check this. Well, all you guys check that out. There we go.
Oh my God! Give me all of them.
That's
Miss
cool.
Pac-Man one. I want that Miss Pac-Man one tomorrow. I'm gonna order it. Where do I get it from? Where do I buy it?
And real quick, so these are not vinyl. These are acrylic. These are acrylic.
How do I get it? How do I buy one?
How do you get one with the Glenn? How do you get one? He might be talking to the dog lady.
He's talking to the dog lady now.
I think so.
I want mine to look like Miss Pac-Man.
They're all available on Joe Sabos' website.
Oh, of course it is. That dude's a genius, but it takes 12 years to get anything. But I love it. I've got like 6 of his things, and I'm like, I want more of them. But if I order now, I'll get it next year. His stuff is amazing, though.
Yeah.
If he wasn't so good, he would have a hard time having a business because it takes so long. But every single time I get something from him, I'm like, that was worth the wait. Like every single time.
So now I'm going to put Glenn in the hot seat. I heard last night a rumor that you were talking and working with PK about putting one of the Legends Ultimate chipsets in one of your Build-A-Cades to make it a mini micro Legends Ultimate. I heard that, and I read between the lines, and it wasn't your hand gesture either.
Micro mini.
I will say that at Games and I are in talk, and that's something I'm striving for. So the answer is we're both looking into a joint venture. Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Good for you, Glenn.
Cool.
That's gonna be that's gonna be awesome.
Thanks, everyone. You know what it is? It's not good for me. It's good for all of you. Because right now you can get 20% off the Build-A-Cade. Now, chill.
No, I mean, those things look incredible. I'm definitely I might have to order a couple of them. I love it.
Now, Travis, have you built yours yet?
Yeah, it's actually sitting in the other room. I love it, man. Listen, I don't have a pie though, so I just have the outside of it. But man, that's
enough. That's a start. But
at
least you were able to build it.
Anyway. Exactly. Well, listen, it took a while. How many extra pieces are there supposed to be? Because there's about 20 extra pieces. I didn't. But that's the way my arcade one-ups are too. Like I got extra screws and everything. Like, is that supposed to be in there?
Did I need this?
I will say we gave you extra parts.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
That's
All right, I'm going to put myself on mute. I have to do something here, but
Okay.
I'll come back as soon as I can.
Well, and Gunther, you and King were saying about there is also a discount or something going on with Old School Gamer magazine. I know it was hard to
Yeah, it was a
jump
free-
in now. I'll pull that
You
up
wanna
real quick.
explain
I think he was just flapping. I think he was just kidding. I don't
Oh,
think
okay.
I don't think he's discount right now.
Just kidding on the discount, but we do have a free digital subscription. that you can,
Yeah, you can't get a free digital subscription, but you want the print subscription. I mean, everybody has to have a subscription to Old School Gamer magazine. Why not?
100%.
Help Ryan
100%.
out. It's one of the coolest things.
and Steven,
There you
we
go.
want to hey, let us know, Steve.
There he
We want
is.
to get you on the show. You, Travis, and definitely get everybody on, Glenn.
Yeah, no, it'd be
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
that's really what we're focused to do with the Old School Gamer magazine is get everybody in the community involved in it. I mean, that's who's making the magazine, the people in the community. You know, so if you guys want to help with some content, especially on the show's the easiest thing to get in on. I'd love to have a Tech Buzz segment where you maybe
Sure.
could pre-record a segment or even do it live.
Mhm.
I hear that you have a show on Thursday, so I think it's probably during our show, probably.
No, actually,
But
I watch your show while
Yeah,
I'm
he's in
getting
the
ready
chat.
for
Yeah, he's in
my
the
show.
chat.
I just
Oh, so maybe you could come on then. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
If it wouldn't scam you up, you know. That maybe could be something we could talk out. But love to have you involved in some sort of capacity. You know,
Yeah,
and
man.
same thing with the rest of the people in the community. If you're a content creator, we'd love to have you guys involved. Straight up. That's all there is to it. That's what we're trying to do is build this as big as it can possibly be. The coolest thing is Ryan knows everybody from
know
the
everybody.
original arcade community. I mean,
Man.
from the people that made the games to the people that beat the games. You know, so it's the coolest community to be in because it's the people that really did it. And so whenever you see us at the trade shows, and we're going to be hitting a bunch of trade shows this year, we're going to be focusing on doing live tournaments at those trade shows. We're also going to be starting a new series. We're going to be hitting some arcades around the U.S. and doing some live tournaments that we're going to be streaming as well. And so that might be something that you could help us with as well, Stephen.
Yeah, are you
because
going to be
have-
at the Cleveland Classic in September? Because I will be there. I'll be I'm taking my mobile studio. That's I think it's the 22nd of September.
we in
We're hitting
No
we're
Portland.
hitting Midwest. We're hitting Midwest, Austin, Portland, and a couple of other ones. I wanted to hit KC. There's a Kansas City one. I think it's this weekend. So definitely didn't do that one. But
Okay.
that's called Planet Comic Con. That's a really big one actually. There's like 60,000 people who go to that one.
Okay.
And so we were at that one last year as Old School Gamer, and that went really well, as you can imagine. But the closest one we're doing this year is Midwest, and that's
Okay.
March 31st, April 22nd in Milwaukee.
Okay. Because I know I plan on going to the one in Cleveland. I'll probably go to the one in Columbus, Torg, which is another big.
Okay,
Both
yeah.
of those are huge. I know At Games and iArcade are going to be at the
I saw that.
yeah, they're going to be up at the Cleveland Gaming Classic Gaming Expo.
When
So
is Cleveland one, Steve? When is that?
I believe it's the end of September, September 22nd through the 24th. I want to say. But I think it would be pretty cool, you know, to get more the word out of the magazine. Like, you know, we've talked about it even when you guys had the Kickstarter going for Old School Gamer magazine. Glenn was really pushing it, and we've said the same thing. Like, hey, we subscribe to it too. It's like we pay for it. You know, it's a great magazine.
I'm
to
an
get involved
equal
in.
opportunity shill. I shill for everyone.
There you go. There you go. He's not afraid to shill for it.
Appreciate that, guy. Appreciate the support.
So
Definitely.
I think that what I would like to do, if I can get the cooperation with the content creators, because we all try to respect each other's times, some of us, and I think I'd like to get to the point where we could all do it. What I'd like to do is put a Google Calendar together with everybody's show times on, and we call it the shows. And we could put it to where people could subscribe to that calendar and pick the shows that they want to watch when they're on. I don't care how long you've been a content creator. If you're doing a show and you're doing something in the gaming space,
That's a good idea.
put it on the calendar so then if people decide like, there's nothing on TV tonight, or I don't know what I'm going to do, I don't feel like doing anything, or I'm going to play in the arcade, I know a lot of guys who watch our show and they put it up on a TV in their arcade room.
I do that often, yeah.
And watch and play the game. I think doing something like that where like you put everybody's show and then like Gunther, like you said, you don't have a lot of time to watch the shows. You have a time to watch, yours, but if there's that downtime, you're editing something or whatever and you wanted to do it, it's there, right? It's at your fingertips. You don't have to go search YouTube. You don't have to search Facebook. It's right there. You know what time they start, and they can update it with the guest. Like, oh, I really want to catch that because Travis is going to be on and I'd like to roast him under the fire, right? He's like, I'm okay with
Seems
that.
about right.
Yeah,
So-
sounds right.
Guys in the chat
guide
room.
for the retro gaming channel.
I like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like maybe because I have a website too. I could put it on the Google Calendar. Guys in the chat room, what do you guys think? Is that something you'd be interested in? If I can coordinate with some of the content creators and put something together that'd be interesting, because we could probably even do like a MailChimp where we send it out in a mailing list to where you subscribe to it.
That's cool.
That
I like
sounds
that
awesome.
idea.
I like the MailChimp too.
Like let's
Like a newsletter.
it's one thing to talk about working together. Let's put our money where our mouth is and actually work
Let's do it.
together, right?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
do it.
So
Yeah.
let me look into that this week and see what I can come up with,
Build
and
it.
then go ahead.
We could put it into the Old School Gamer magazine website. We could put it onto there and
Nice.
then blast from there, because I know we have email blast capability.
Can we
So,
publish that
that's-
too? Can we publish that in the magazine, you think? If we get it ahead of time, like maybe a month out, something like
It
that?
might be smarter to publish it and make its own page on the website. Make it look like a Google Calendar pretty much.
Right.
Got it.
Something like that. Maybe just use Google Calendar and just make it a page on the website.
That's what I was going to do, a Google Calendar. That way it's an easy embed, right? I could provide people
Yeah.
with the embed code.
Easy in the back end, easy to see.
Yes.
That might be really cool to do. We were kind of back in the day when we first came up with Leagues Online. We were trying to do something where we were just going to promote all the other tournaments that were going on, and that's kind of what we're doing with Old School Gamer. Now we have a segment now where we just go through all the different shows, and they're doing a tournament and trying to talk about it. Instead of making all of our own tournaments and challenges, we're going to just use everybody else's tournaments and challenges and talk about them, and then compete on them as well. So it just makes a lot more sense to combine everybody's efforts into one and just promote it all as one vehicle, instead of everybody having all their own things going on. If we could talk about this community, this tiny community in one fell swoop, I think it would be amazing.
Well,
Amazing. And that's how we're going to get our production level up as well.
That's right.
And I'm with you on that, Stephen. I come from a long broadcast community background as well, just like you do. And I'm so fed up with, we're sitting in our houses with a webcam, right? Man, how awesome it would be to have a real sound stage,
Right.
have real audio boards going, have real cameras going. And you have the closest setup to a real system anybody has out of all.
Yeah.
And so I'm definitely envious of that. But I think we could utilize that idea and build upon that, where we can all get a little bit better, higher in quality production.
If
we could,
if I could work with the people that are doing YouTube, I used to have a thing that was called a feed switcher. And what it would do is it would take embeds using JavaScript and code, and it would swap out an embed code in real time on my website when I used to partner with shows. So you literally could watch it like a GNN, Gaming News Network, right? Hey, there we go. That's the name. We can call it that. So you take that, and then so like if we were on from 9 to 10, whoever comes on from 10 to 11, it automatically switches their embed on my website or any other website through JSON and other coding methods based on Google Calendar through the time. If we could do something, if we have any web developers in there, I think I still have the original code. I know I'm not trying to sound smart here because I don't do any coding in that. I just know how it works from what they explained to me. I have that code somewhere. If we have a web designer or somebody that knows how to do that and willing to take the time to do that, if we all as content creators doing shows could give you that information to make a feed switcher, and then we put that embed on our websites or our Facebook page, whatever we have, we could help promote everybody.
So speaking on that, I have noticed a trend on YouTube, and it's a genius idea. I've seen where people will take a single YouTube channel and they will call it Gaming News Network.
Mhm.
And then you'll have 5 or 6 content creators stream to that one channel at different times. So then it's basically a network. So you
True,
say
actually.
Tech Buzz will stream at 9 a.m. to
Mhm.
11 a.m.
Right.
On GNN Network.
Right.
Then Leagues Online streams from noon to 3.
Yep.
Whatever, something like that. You see? So then you make your own network, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of would be a cool way to do that. We could team up and do exactly what you're talking about in that aspect and make it real easy on everybody. We just hook up our StreamYards or whatever our system is to that same account.
And I have the ability to here where I can pull in RTMP feeds. So because I have to leave it run 24/7 because I have an Amazon Fire app. So if like people can watch live on an Amazon Fire application to download. So if somebody sent me a feed, it would automatically, I could push it in a time slot where I also have a guy that's really interested in getting the show on in web radio. It is web radio, but it's something where you just simulcast the audio from these shows, right? It's another way to get it out there. Travis is driving to the airport and, he wants to listen to what's going on. He can't see it, but he can listen to it like in an audio podcast. Right. You just hit a button, you stream out to it. So that's an option for other people too. If we can get this going, I'm sure he would be thrilled with bringing every show on for like web radio because he's looking for content.
Well, I hope that you guys can pull that together. It sounds like an amazing project. So as a viewer and fan of the community, I'd love to see it personally. I do got to run.
Okay.
But this has been amazing as always. Thank you guys so much for the warm welcome and everything. And Steven, get back in there and start kicking that ass because I love watching the show.
Hey, Travis, good talking to you again, man. Don't be a stranger.
Of course. All right, Glenn. Listen, you know how to get a hold of me.
I do. All right, bud.
Cheers.
All right, see you
Good
later,
to meet you,
Travis.
man.
Take care, man. Good to meet you.
So that's something like I think we could seriously put together and figure out as long as everybody's willing to do it. I mean, as much as we bust Glenn's butt about the old guy show, Glenn. I mean, what is that? How does that sound to you?
Kicking it old school. I watch it. I watch it.
Yeah, get Glenn on the network.
I appreciate it. And actually, they're both Build-A-Cade. They're both Build-A-Cade owners too. So kudos to Old School Gamer and staff. But I think it's good. I just have to get my contract set up, right?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be really good if we could do something like that. If people, but there's going to be people that aren't going to want anything to do with it, and that's fine.
That's fine.
But I think what happens with this, if we can do something like that, if we can pull this off, what's going to happen is you're going to see subscribers build. You're going to see everybody. Like, what did we say? When one person wins, everybody wins. Because 90% of people that are in this chat room are in the Super Game Room Dudes chat room. 90% of that's in their chat room is in Glenn's chat room. 90% that are in Rexer's chat room or that are in your guys' chat room. There's different people that like styles. They just want the content. They want to see this stuff, right? So we could go one to the next, to the next, to the next, and run it like a network.
Yeah. So all right. So I guess we got to come up with a name. Do we do GNN? I mean, it's simple. I
just was. I mean, I'd be cool with that. Papa Brad wants to know: are you including all shows? No, this isn't gatekeeping. If you're doing a show, I think the one thing we want to do is like if you're doing a show and it's, I mean, you don't want it to sound like trash and look like trash. So you're doing a show, obviously. Bring it on. I mean, we're not going to gatekeep it. It's about this is community effort.
It could definitely be built basically like just a public access TV channel.
That's right.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
If you have, a show that you want to display that's in the retro gaming industry, you're welcome to display on this network, which is a simple YouTube channel that we give you access to stream on, and then, but you'd have to go within the time frame, don't go over somebody else's channel. I don't even know what would happen. You would two people streaming at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, it might
kick it off. Take out soap and pillows when that happens.
rock paper, scissors.
So here,
like that, yeah.
So Retro Gaming Network, RGN. I mean, this is something we could all put our heads together. I'm down with that. Yeah. I'm down with that. But what if we developed a website that was just RGN and, like you said, Gunther, I like the idea of building a single YouTube channel. Most of us can stream to multiple platforms anyway, so we could still stream to our own YouTube channel, but we stream to that one at our specific time frame.
Yep. Because
run
most
it.
of these programs you can stream to multiple channels at the same time, right? So
Yes.
stream on yours and then also stream on this network as well.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
you're just basically become a member of the network. It would be something like that. You know, you're now a content creator of the network, and you are allowed to stream between 5 and 6 p.m. on Saturdays or something like that. You would have a time frame.
Right.
It'd
And I
be
would
pretty
keep that
simple.
up on the screen. Yeah, in my game room, I would keep that news network sitting on my screen,
Yeah.
watching.
Yeah, that one channel could just be sitting there running. That would be
I love
badass.
And,
I love
that's
And
and that's
you could figure out some way, maybe with your system, your SMTP system, we could run a background video that just runs constantly.
Yep.
And it is maybe just commercials for all the shows.
Yeah.
Oh,
And different things. And then hell, we could even get the damn thing sponsored at some point.
well, and I think everybody should be willing to run like a 30-second bumper if we put something together with all the shows. Like if they're flashing through this bumper, like anybody that's part of this, like we just help promote each other, right? We'd be like, hey,
put your 30 minutes in.
you know,
30
let's run a 30-second clip. Plus, it gives everybody a break in between their show. Like they could run this bumper during it. Like you're watching the, you know, what did they say it was, the RGN network? And then it goes flashing through different ones, and you take a quick drink break, and then you come back, you know, or rest.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah,
I love that.
I think it could be cool.
This is really powerful. This
It's
could be
gonna be
really
a big
powerful.
deal. 'Cause I don't see anything like it. So, folks, let's like you said, Steve, let's put our money where our mouth is. I'm ready.
Yeah,
Ready to-
Goofyfoot's saying he's seen this in other. He says I've seen this before in other communities. Someone ends up trying to gatekeep. Well, that's what we have to say. Like, look, you know, if you're going to do this, there's no gatekeeping because, you know,
Yeah. This is going to be like a cooperative, like an electric cooperative.
Oh, it's
pretty
very
much. You know
similar
how that works.
on
Everybody
the internet
owns
before,
all
getting
of the
that
electric
gaming networks out the internet
lines
channel,
you know, around the land or whatever you want to call it, and the
Yeah.
infrastructure that's owned by everybody. And
Right.
so that's how this is going to be.
Glenn,
Everybody will have equal input, basically.
what were you saying, Glenn? I'm sorry.
I was saying
Oh,
it's
sorry,
very
man.
similar to what we used to have back in like the 90s on the internet. There were these chains of URL. So one person did an Intellivision website, and you click at the bottom, it would take you to the next one. Maybe it was an Atari website. So it's very
yeah.
similar to that. It's just linking and keeping, again, the community connected.
Yeah.
And it's kind of what we do now. And YouTube does have that option where you can, pass your group onto the next channel. But this, I think, would be pretty cool, especially if we get picked up by actually television and we start having our own little network. Got to think big, gentlemen. Think big.
Well, no, I don't think there's anything wrong about thinking about that. Doing a, like No Quarter said about local access TV. They're always looking for content.
Right.
So if you've got this content out there where you're already, all they have to do is grab it. They grab that single feed with everybody's shows flowing, and they got everything, right? So I just think that it can get messy if you get too many people that let it go to their heads. I know what Goofyfoot's saying. I do get that. But if you're going in this with the community in mind, you gotta accept the fact that this is not about you. It's about the community.
You. That's the key. Yeah, not
You
about
know,
you.
Brooklyn Menace. Let's see what he says here, because I know he has a show too. Brooklyn Menace.
The Brooklyn's Friday
Yeah.
night.
Yeah. He says I
You'd
did
definitely
something.
be welcome.
He said I did something similar in my other community and created a network that ran 7 days a week with multiple shows on it. Some which couldn't. I gotta look over here. Let me see here.
Made it 5 years, he says.
Oh, it made it 5 years. Okay.
Wow,
Wow. So that's
a long run. Yeah,
And that's in the
let's
IT
talk about that.
community, I do believe. So that's a long, long run, man.
That's a
That's
long
very-
run.
50 years in our community.
so this is where it gets interesting, right? So this isn't just like us three or us five putting this together. If you've got experience and you're in the chat room and you don't even do a show, this is a great opportunity for you to get involved and help these shows that you watch every week, week in and week out, whatever your talent is, whether it's coding, whether it's, maybe you're good at making a schedule and doing these networks and stuff. If you rely on the content creators, it's probably not going to get done because everybody's got their own shows and stuff to do. So this is something that I think we could, gentlemen, wouldn't you agree that we could crowdsource here and get the whole community involved?
I agree.
So it's not just falling on one person where they feel like they have to gatekeep, as Brad said, in their Um, I think it could be good as long as we can get the help to do it.
Yeah, let's after this, let's chat about getting everybody together, man. Trying to pull this up.
I mean, and you're gonna have shows that don't want to do it, and that's fine. They just chose not to do it. No big deal.
Options are there.
What do you?
No big deal.
Yeah,
no big deal. We definitely would welcome everybody. We would just definitely have to. If there is any gatekeeping, it would be you have to stay on target. You have to stay in retro gaming world. You have to not create drama about other community members. Stay on subject.
Yeah,
basically.
Exactly.
That would be as simple as that. Talk about the
That's
games.
the only
talk
rule,
about-
really.
You need like a code of conduct. Smart.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Code of conduct.
A very simple code of conduct that you read on every Facebook group that you entered or created or are in. You know, so as simple as that. Yeah.
That's what Brooklyn Menace is saying. He says, you are, Console Fanboy said, you're going to get a lot of pushback, though, Steven, just a heads up. Brooklyn Menace said, you're correct. My network caused an all-out war, and I was trying to manage it. So, people are going to be people, right? I mean, you're not going to get away from that. People are... It's
going to happen, man.
It's going to happen. I just think if the question you got to ask yourself is this something you really want? And if it is, you're going to do whatever you can to make it work. There's places out there I deal with the outdoors. There's like Hunt Channel. My shows have been on that when I've done the outdoor stuff, and everybody just works as a team. It can be done. It's just that people got to let the egos go. And I know there is a lot of egos in this community, a lot.
Yeah.
So
it's crazy. I don't come from, but I worked a lot in the kayak industry because one of my other businesses is kayak lighting.
Okay.
So that industry is they got a lot of thicker backbone over there, so to speak. You can work each other over, and it's not such a lighthearted subject, But when I came over here, I learned pretty quickly that I had to act a little differently, and I had to be a little more what could I say? A little more lenient and
Show some more grace.
I know me and Haywood, we bumped heads in the beginning. I know that for a fact. I think we both had ideas of what we wanted to see out of the community, and I know that we wanted two different things kind of going on. And I know we bumped heads, and I definitely want to say I apologize for anything back in the past, man. And I want to move forward. I truly do. I've always wanted to just work together because I know that we're such a small community. I've been in big industries. I know how that is. It sucks. So I think it's so cool to have such a tight knit industry and in a hobby that we all are so passionate about. And that's really what drives a lot of all this drama is the passion that we have. We all are.
Yeah.
Very hard-headed and know what we want and what has worked for us in the past. And now we're learning to make that evolve and work with a new group of people. And so I would like to, extend the olive branch basically and say let's work together and make this really badass for everybody.
And that's
awesome. I love olives.
That's what this is all about.
I knew he was going to say something like no, and I feel the same way. Like I know like you said, we bumped heads in the beginning, and I think a lot of it was just new to the space, and everybody's just trying to because of extenuating circumstances, everybody's just trying to push and try to get this thing moving. And I was just as much as fault as anybody was. So I apologize as well. And I think that's where we can come together as a community. And that's what I wanted to accomplish with this, because like Glenn, I'm not gonna lie. When you were going through all this stuff with Arcade 1-Up, my chest, man, I just felt like when somebody's about to get a heart attack, right? It shouldn't be like that. These are freaking toys, man.
No,
yeah.
but
Glenn's
again,
my friend, so
you know me well enough, and even on the fan page, that's what gets me too. Even running the fan pages, as you know, we've gone through a lot of moderators because there is a lot of drama.
That's right.
And there's a lot of personal attacks.
That's right.
And I've been doing this for 5 years. And again, this affected me more than anything because I really do put my heart on my sleeve. I believe this community deserves the best. we've been with the gaming industry, at least I have, since its infancy, and I believe we need to really make sure these old machines, these old games, hardware, software, last.
That's right.
When I see people playing new machines, or they're playing on a new machine an old game, there's a certain way it has to be done with the right controls and the right experience, and that's my passion. Like I love seeing young people playing Pac-Man. Of course, there's 500 versions of it, but that's garbage. Playing, Street Fighter 2. That to me makes it all worthwhile. It really does.
Mm-hmm.
And Old School Gamer Magazine and everyone in this community have that same passion. The people in our chat have that same passion, and that unfortunately sometimes does get the emotion hot because everyone thinks that their way is the right way, and we always have to remember there's more than one way to do anything, and people have the right to their opinions. Just be respectful. As long as people do that, you can argue properly. When you have to argue saying, well, you're an idiot or a dumbass, that's not an argument. That basically means that your point has no more merit, and you're grabbing at straws. So that's the big thing as a community, as a whole, as YouTubers, as content creators, as a magazine. Just have to remember that, we all put the pants on the same way. We all have to feed our families. We all have to go out and work. This is a fun it's supposed to be a fun hobby.
Yeah.
And as long as we can just take 2 seconds, take a breath to go back.
And that's where I feel like Zohar's been on this campaign of Mortal Kombat 4. I'll be honest, I'm not a Mortal Kombat 4 fan. And it's okay to sit there and go back at me and be like, what are you nuts? Mortal Kombat 4 is great. That's fine. I mean, we have differing opinions. But do I not want to see Zohar get a Mortal Kombat 4 cabinet? No. Just like if you guys want to see a certain game on the iArcade, it might not be my cup of tea, that game, but would I stand in the gap with you guys to help get that game inside petition? Well, yeah, absolutely, because it's something you guys in the community want. And I think people forget that. They make it about the hardware. They make it about the company. And I don't know how you differentiate that, right?
This is as old as man itself, but even the gaming industry had
you would know
Channel F. Well, yeah, but you had the Fairchild Channel F, and you did Atari.
And you
had the Atari people against the Intellivision people, then the Atari and Intellivision people against the ColecoVision people. Then you had the Sony and Nintendo people and the Sega people. That's human nature. Sports, football teams, everyone has their favorite, but that's okay. That's okay to have the passion and to be behind an organization like a company. Nothing wrong with that. That's how human nature is. You want a team, you want to back your team, you want your team to win. The problem becomes when you start making personal attacks.
That's right.
And that's really not necessary. That's when the problem comes into play.
Yeah, there's, Goofyfoot says there will always be conflict when money and opinions are involved.
Yes, money and opinions. Yeah, two of the key.
But everybody has opinions, and everybody has money at some point in this space, right?
You know what? You're right. Everyone has opinions, but not everyone has a GRS Build-A-Cade. Go now. We'll get 20% off while it's on sale.
Go get it. Hey, you gotta love how Glenn does his plugs, man. You just never know when it's.
Who was it last night, Glenn? Because we were watching the Super Game Rooms dudes. They were talking about something, and they bet 19K Fox that he couldn't do the transition.
Oh, you
Glenn of all people has the best transitions when it comes to selling his Build-A-Cade. Like, he can't do it for anything else, but Build-A-Cade he can do it.
All right. Well, if anyone knows me, I can't. If you talk about poop, I'm gonna laugh. I am a total boy. I'm a total kid. You start talking about poop, I'm laughing. So for some reason, I don't know how we got on the topic, but P Dubs was talking about ghost poops. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, a poop that you feel you did, but there's nothing in the toilet. So Michael B goes, that's one hell of a transition to go from what we were talking about to this. And
he better go get that looked at.
Yeah, so someone goes, well, 19K Fox can transition even better than you. He's like, if 19K Fox can transition better than my ghost poop, I will shave off the bottom part of my goatee.
Let's
hope
not.
19K Fox took that challenge. So I expect P-Dub to lose his goatee any day now.
Yep. Yeah. So, but his build-decade transitions, he always, I feel like he's like those little infomercials that just pop up at late night TV. It's just like boom, there it is.
Absolutely, absolutely. But also remember,
Back
30%
now.
off still on all other items, including the GRS. I'm sorry, the 1977 space movie with fighters that fly and shoot. Ones look like ties. Because all my products have new names now.
I saw that. And I was very careful with saying that with the Thunder Stick. And you guys are going to find out when I do the video because I called Glenn yesterday just to kind of let you know about. So let me grab the.
It was
the
supposed
sticker.
to be a 2-minute phone call. It took 6 hours.
It
I will
didn't
tell
take
you-
6 hours. Come on.
Whoa.
I will say, Glenn, the cabinet that you sent me, I actually gave that to a little girl that had terminal cancer. Crazy enough, I had a customer
You,
contact
sir,
me. I had a customer
absolutely rock.
contact me and say that he was buying a bunch of stuff, Uplay stuff for his daughter, so she could play. And I said, "Would you guys be interested in having this GRS arcade?" And she said, "Absolutely, she'd love to have that." So I sent that to them as well, and that pie that Brian sent me. So they got a hell of a little Christmas present there for the kid.
Ryan, man, let me tell you
That
something
was
right
awesome.
now. Hit me up after the show. Okay.
Okay.
Not literally hit me. I don't want to be punched,
Yeah.
but I mean contact me.
Can I just backhand you?
Yeah, you can do that.
That's fine.
That'll
That's
work.
fine. But that right there is like one of the more beautiful things that people do in the community. I mean, I'm no stranger to that. People help me out with Blue, and something you just did right there took it to another level. So,
Yeah.
thank you for doing what you did.
Well, like I said, man, this is why we're doing this, man. It's not for ourselves; it's for the entire community. I want this community to live on. This is a legacy thing that I want to send down to my children. I love my kid right now is at the arcade with her friends. That's the coolest thing in the world to me. I think that's so because that's where I grew up. So I think that's so cool that she's able to share that, and I wanted to see that continue. And so that's just a tiny way that I do that. Yeah, I help people all the time.
Amazing, man.
Yeah. And that's what Glenn was doing yesterday. He was because I bought that new Thunder Stick, and I was trying to figure out how to get this stupid thing out. So it has this collar because that was part of the reason that Glenn had the issue with them. They stole his design where you push down and turn it and you can pull it out. Yeah, that wasn't happening with this. I literally pulled it out of its collar, which is press fit, which you should have not been able to do. Like I literally was twisting it and I pulled it out.
That's why I'll never fight with Steven ever. He will simply squash me like a bug. He ripped that thing out like a
Ripped it
Hulk.
out of the thing. And Glenn goes, "How did you get that out of there?" I'm like, "I don't know. I just twisted it and pulled it out." And then I had to literally break the collar to get the collar out so I could put his new stick in it. Yeah, it was bad. We'll talk about that in the video, but yeah, that was not fun. It took me longer to try to get this stupid thing out of the base that they had when I should have been done in 10 minutes. The wiring part was easy. It was just this. So
I have no idea how that came out like that. That was crazy.
Real quick, guys, I got to cut out. I'm going to sell Girl Scout cookies with my daughter. So if anybody needs some Girl Scout cookies, DM me.
See, he's good at transitioning too. That works.
I'm selling.
Hey, you gotta show a little bit on what your show is. So I'll transition for you.
Hey, look, we have Old School Gamer Live. It's Thursdays. Well, I say 5 o'clock PST, but Gunther, you know the time zones. I'm in California. I'm so far behind. I'll let Gunther handle time zones for me. But you guys check out Old School Gamer Live. We just some old cats talking old stuff. Subscribe. Get some Girl Scout cookies. Shop at Uplay Arcade. Come check out these online.
And don't forget, you can go to oldschoolgamer.com and you can preview the magazines. You can get a free copy of that magazine, and once you see it, you're going to want to buy it.
There it is. Hey, thank you, Glenn. But thank you, guys. Steven,
Hey,
this was
you're a good one,
needed.
buddy.
Appreciate this, and I thought this was real good. and I'm looking forward to next steps on what we talked about. So
Yeah, man.
until
I think it'll be good.
salute.
See you later, sir.
Better man.
That was just, perfect timing. Whoops. Now there's 2 of them in there. We don't want to do that.
Oh man, don't do that.
Don't
do that.
That's like a whoops.
Last thing we need.
I was like, yeah, we don't want to do. Let me go back to Krill. There he is. We'll put him on as a frozen
There you go.
frozen
Just do
background.
that.
I was on the wrong input, so I can do that. And let me reset that,
I like
and then
the
go.
software, man.
There
What
we go.
is this? Callin.studio.
So that is my call-in system that I use. It's if you go to neuralnet.com, GNURAL net.com, or it's .tv, one
Okay.
of the two. It's a computer in itself that runs the call-in system. It can be managed anywhere in the world, so you could have somebody remotely, controlling it. It's a little bit like what you would use with Skype, I guess would be a good way to put it. But it's a separate entity, if you will. So I can bring up to 12 people in at full NDI, 1080p, or 4K, which nobody's really doing 4K right now, but I could bring them in and just bring them into my switching system in the TriCaster and remotely. Let me see if I can go to this camera so you can actually see what the heck I'm talking about here. So I have the
What the heck are you talking about, man? What are you talking
yeah, because you're on the phone, so you can't see what I'm pointing to. So this is a remote. Like if somebody calls in, I could see it right here, right next to my audio mixer. I could see that, Gunther's calling in. Then I look over here, which I will go to a different camera so you can actually see what I'm saying over here. This part is where my rack is. Let me go to this camera here. I got to move around. So there's a computer right there in the rack, that big one there. And it actually brings you into, sorry for the microphone in the way, but it actually puts you on that screen, which is off to my right. And it allows me to adjust audio, do mix minus things, and you saw the green room when you first came in. It allows me to pot up everybody and bring them into the TriCaster right here into different inputs up at the top. And so I can bring you guys in, up to 12 people in through the system.
And what's your video mixer you got there? What's your switcher?
This is a new tech TriCaster. So this is a TC1. So I switch with this, and then I also have the Stream Deck here, which helps me control vMix, which is how I'm sending it out to the stream. I could do it with the TriCaster, but point of failure, something could always go wrong. So I try to have one computer that just does the streaming and one computer that does any of the switching. So that does switching. And then I have a screen here that I have a joystick that I can control my cameras, so I can preview them without messing anything up on here. And then this laptop has the call-in system / the comments. So I see the comments out there on a monitor, but I also can pull them up right here in front of me and bring them up so they come into the TriCaster. And then this one, anytime I show like a website where I was doing like Old School Gamer Magazine, I could just go to like input 9 and just pull it in. You got Old School Gamer Magazine. So that's kind of why the cockpit's kind of like that, so it's within arm's reach.
Now, do you have a physical audio mixer, or is that just your left there?
I do. So the iPad here is actually, I can control my Presonus mixer, which is over there.
So you run a Studio Live?
Yeah, a Studio Live 16.4.2. I have the new rack mount unit that's coming the beginning of March. So everything's going to be, I'm not even going to have a mixing console. It's on the desk on the other side of the printer there. I know it's hard to see, but I'm getting that to get rid of to get my desk space back, and then I'm just going to control everything 100% from the iPad because that's how I do it anyways. So I run everything here, and then like if I have a guest in the studio, they'll sit there in front of that computer. A lot of times I use it for product to show anything that I want to do. And then I've got the monitors out in front that show preview program as well as, 2 cameras and lights. So I can see what's going on. So I rarely, honestly, I rarely look at this UI screen. I'm mainly looking at my monitors out in front. So yeah, I'm giving away a little bit of the magic, but this is actually a virtual background, and I cheated just to kind of show some people here if you want to see some of the magic behind the scenes here. This is what the camera actually looks like. I actually have a green screen on the TV, so I just put a green video on it. So now if I go like this, it takes away the illusion. But here we go. So
And you have a button that instantly zooms into the perfect location.
Correct, because the cameras are PTZ cameras. I can set different presets, focus levels, and stuff. So I just press a button, and then within the TriCaster, I can do like things like this. It's called a comp effect. So I can do like this. What we can do, like what the news does, where it's a zoom out and you see like a whole virtual studio and different angles. So I've got different angles set up for the comps. Like this is, I think this is a right side comp. So if I reset this, because now you're there, I could do that. And then what I could do is just then zoom us back in. It's all in a virtual zoom.
That's sweet, dude. That's real sweet.
So we could do like, I wanted to do something different because I was doing this solo. I was like, you know what, I'm going to do something different that everybody sees the talking heads all the time. So I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to do like a virtual studio.
Yeah, it's a great idea, man. It's very unique. Very unique.
So to play around with it. But yeah, so that's why I'm saying if we do something, I've got the ability, we can do a lot. We can do a lot of different things for it.
Yeah, definitely. We just need to figure out how the heck to utilize it. We got the tools.
We got enough people.
Get creative with them.
Yeah, we got enough people in the community that I think could help.
Hell yeah.
It doesn't have to be just all us.
Let's start hitting everybody up, see who all wants to create content with us. We will work on I guess we'll just get a domain created. Well, I guess we don't really need a domain, do we? We could just do it on YouTube.
YouTube we're gonna need the actual landing or the channel. But yeah, I think we should do a domain. That way we have a central, because a lot of these guys don't have websites.
Yeah.
So if we could create something like that, it might be
and then have a page on there where it shows all the different channels.
Yeah, and I would say even like a way to, if we can get a web designer. I mean, I do web too, but I don't really want to add something else to my plate. But if we could get bios, like everybody could put their bios, like you put yours, like, hey, I own this business in the arcade. If you need something, come here. And just what you do and what you guys, I think that would be really cool because it helps the audience get to know the host.
Yep.
Right. So I think that could be really, really cool. Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities here. I would say we probably almost have to do a Zoom call or something with everybody that would be interested, and throw ideas around and see what kind of mess we're going to get into.
Yeah.
Or do something like this where we do like a town hall and we get different content creators on where we call everybody calls in, phone call, whatever, and everybody can ask questions or bring up situations that could arise. Brooklyn Menace, since he has, I would like him on a call like that because since he has the experience in doing this, he's going to tell us where our pitfalls are going to possibly be.
Yeah, I definitely want Brooklyn involved. He's been doing it longer than we have, so he's got definitely got some experience that we can ride off of.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think if that's something you guys really want, I think we could definitely make it happen.
Yeah, I think so, man. I think, and I know so, without a doubt, that we can do it. We just gotta freaking do it.
Yeah, because I mean,
Retro Game Network. I will go ahead and get a domain.
Okay.
I'll buy the domain.
Okay.
And this is something that I can start. I can build the site quick enough.
Okay.
And we can have somebody else manage it. We can get them log in. They can manage it. It'd be something super easy to manage, actually.
Yeah.
Because we would just embed that channel on the homepage.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you go to rgn.com or rgn.live or whatever we find, then the homepage will just be the embedded stream of that playlist. That's one thing that I have found. If you take a YouTube channel and you create a list, a playlist, a live playlist, then you go to StreamYard or whatever program and you create a live show going to start, in a couple hours. Then that playlist, you can embed it into a channel or into a website, and whenever you go live, it goes live on that website.
Okay.
So we can do that with that channel. We'll just put the playlist, embed it onto the website, and it'll just run all the time. When something's playing on it, it will be playing on the website.
See,
So
this is what I did to my website when I switched everything over to ttbgaming.com, and I forwarded the techbuzz.net to it. I basically built a page where you can see there's the live show. That's the first thing you're greeted with. It has my Discord. I think we should do a Discord chat so we have a universal chat. This way people can communicate, forget the other chats. And then what I did was I have shows, and I just put YouTube playlists so I don't have to upload to my website every freaking time. Because I'm already right. I'm already
exactly what I.
Yep. And then our podcast,
Awesome.
our audio podcast for the game time, and then I have like news. These might be like blog posts that I decide to write when I actually feel like writing them. You can see how when the last time was that I did it. Was when Toki and all them came to iArcade. And then my other video playlists. So I have different playlists on YouTube that I set up, which I encourage anybody that's on YouTube, make playlists. So like I have reviews and unboxings. I have Arcade 1-Up. I have iArcade at games, and I have live gameplay, arcade. Like I have a ton of them. So if you're interested in just a certain subject, you can just find it really quickly. So we could do something similar, right? Where we have the archives of the shows and things like that, where just something simple like that, where people could go.
Yeah.
And then a bios page of the shows, who the hosts are, what they talk about, that type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It would be easy too, man. I don't think it would be very much work because once those playlists are established, it's done. All the work's done. And then all we have to do is if somebody new comes along, or if we got to drop somebody off the network, all we got to do is take out their information. And I think what we do is just do like a regular banner of the show, and then have a link to their direct show page.
Yep.
And maybe a small bio about them, and then that's it. And then you scroll on down, and the next show's there. Scroll on down, and the next show's there.
Yep.
Just do something very basic, very easy, and then so you see what's on the network. If you want to know more, you can. You just click their link.
Yeah, because there's going to be people that won't want anything to do with Arcade 1-Up. They won't want anything to do with that games, and so it's something that they could find really simple. Like, okay, these guys do all iArcade, so that's what I'm interested in. That's what I want to watch, and I think that's important to have something like that. Or these guys just focus on news. There's not really a gameplay, but you might have guys like Moat and yourself who do these tournaments. Well, I want to get involved in fighting game tournaments, or I want to get involved in these types of tournaments. They could find that really quickly in right there in one spot. That's why I think we really need to have a website with a Google Calendar, and then people can subscribe to it, and we can push that as a network. So,
I agree 100%, man.
Yeah, I think the people seem to agree with it too. Was it Herb Wars? He says I'm going to leave it on all day, so he's all about it. So
yep, Herb has the show too. I would love to have on there. He could definitely be on that network. All right, so maybe we can look for rgn.live. Would be a pretty sweet domain.
Okay. .live, .tv.
Yeah, .tv, rgn.tv. Okay.
We just
we'll buy them all up.
Yeah, we just
only going to be a couple.
Yeah, we just forward it. Like you could have whatever the main one, and then like
forward
I said,
them all over.
We could put it on there.
And we'll do a homepage with the playlist embedded. Then we want a calendar page.
Calendar page, yep.
And then we want a bio page.
Yep.
And then, I don't know, maybe a contact page on how to be a new network provider or a content provider.
Yep.
Contact. Okay. All right. That'd be easy enough.
Yeah, because then I think that could help. And I know people are going to say you're going to get one person that's going to be mad and they're going to lock you out of the YouTube channel. And so let's hope that doesn't happen.
Well,
I don't know how you prevent that.
Well, you don't give them. How the hell do you prevent that?
Well, you have to give everybody just the stream key, and they have the RTMP feed and the stream key. Like
they don't have to have the password.
No, they
just have to have those. Yeah, so it should be pretty locked down. We shouldn't have to worry about that. We should be able to,
because you can always whoever has access to the password and stuff in the back, they can go in and reset the stream key if somebody leaves, and then just re-email out to everybody the RTMP address and stream key, and then we put it in our respective. Because I use a cloud service. That's how I stream. So I use right here. I use Switchboard. So with Switchboard, I stream from vMixed to this platform, and then this is like Restream if you're familiar with it. And then this will stream out to all my destinations, and I have my work destinations. So I can set up 10, 15, 20 different destinations, and it's no bandwidth suck on my part.
Brooklyn, if you're still in here, man, do you remember on StreamYard if you have to have the password to log in? I can't remember. It's been a while since I had to do that. I don't think this machine has it on here either.
And that might be something too as we get going. If there's people that don't have StreamYard and a paid version, maybe what we do is like have people do super chats to donate toward the content creator in that fashion, where we can buy a community StreamYard for those that don't have equipment, that they can utilize a StreamYard scenario that maybe they're thinking about doing a show, but they don't either have the funds or I don't know. It was just a thought to put it out.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Where the community's like, hey, here's $1. I don't know what it costs a month, but like I said, I don't really use it, so.
I think you're gonna have to the freaking password, man. Yes.
For StreamYard,
yep, you do have to have the password.
From StreamYard, can you authenticate with just an RTMP string? Like where you put this RTMP URL and stream key in.
Let's see here.
Steven, you always turn me on when you talk this way.
Oh, I forgot Glenn's still here. I'm sorry,
Glenn's
Glenn.
Here?
We weren't ignoring you. I forgot you were here.
That's okay. I have to drop. So I think it's a great idea. You guys are hashing it out. You're talking sex talk that a little above and beyond me. But, Ryan, buddy, hit me up later today. So give me a message or something, all right?
Later, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bye, guys. Have a good one. All right, bye, guys.
See you later, Glenn. I felt bad. I feel bad now. I didn't realize he was still on there. He was at the dog thing, and I was like, oh, he must have got off. And then he just pops out of nowhere.
A couple nerds talking tech, man. That's get everybody else exists. So I do see, yes, you can do a custom RTMP with it. So that would be a way of offering ability without sending over a password. So that is an option. That's totally an option.
Yeah,
badass, man.
That's a way to do it. I think if we just give people custom RTMP, because here's the thing: if we get a community version of StreamYard, you could essentially authenticate it to that YouTube channel. Like, let's say you had the password, right? You could authenticate it for anybody that opens that StreamYard, and then all people would have to do is just open that StreamYard up, and they could go out to that channel. And then they could individually authenticate it to their own channels if they want to, and then they just disconnect it when they're done, if they so choose to. Or the next person disconnects it, however you want to do it. But the main YouTube feed, you would just send me literally the RTMP string. I'd put it in Switchboard, and I'd be ready to go. Take me 2 seconds.
So what would be really funny, we got Zohar. He's always popping off with funny little videos and stuff. Mm-hmm. I could see something like that being on this network too.
Yeah, it's like different commercials in between things. Yeah.
Yeah, we could have all kinds of funny stuff on the thing, have our own maybe even like a cooking channel or something, cooking for retro gamers or some crap. I don't know. We could have some fun with it.
There's a lot. There's a couple of my buddies I just met. They started doing some live streams. Gaming Junction. I'm sure they'd be interested in getting on too, because I've been on their show Sunday nights, and if you're into, modern or retro, they do everything, arcades. So I think it would be cool. My buddy Mr. Rightway, Steve Wright, he does that too. So I think this is a way that we could really incorporate even people that we don't normally communicate in this space on a daily basis. So, but that would be cool to do. Like, even you didn't see the end of our show that we do. We do like a Ferris Bueller's spoof, where like the end of the show happens and Bill comes out in his robe and he's like, he goes up to the camera and knocks on it. He goes, "Are you guys still here?" He's like, "Go home, go, get out of here." And he starts walking back and he goes like this, and then he walks around the corner and he puts his head out and he goes like that and he goes away, and it's one of those things like people crack up. They watch it every time. So I think that adding different comedy things like that into it could be fun. What is Zohar saying? He says, "Just don't want to participate or super chat. People get very upset when I do, so I'm toning it down." Listen, Zohar, you can super chat to those guys that they want it. We're not telling you not to do that. I don't ask for it. I'm not one of those guys that need to get super chats. I try to pull up as many comments as I possibly can. But I think people just don't want to hear the same thing every show. I think that's the big thing, right? I think that's a fair. If you're super chatting every show the same thing, I think that's where people get a little irritated. I'm just being honest. 724, yeah, it was when I used to live in PA. That was my area code. You can call in, and if you guys want to ask a question or you got an idea for this network that we're thinking of putting together here, the phone number's right there in the lower third, 724-893-8603. If you use Google Voice, it's free. And don't worry, I have so many phone numbers in there. I'm not stealing anybody's phone number or writing it down. This is just what I use for the show. You can call and ask if you got a question for Gunther. Just throw it in there. Yeah, don't super chat and say how much you love John D. I mean, yeah, he knows. I know. Just speaking in general. Yeah, man. I don't think, because there's definitely channels out there that they need to get some money for their stuff, and I get it, man. I've just made it an option, and what I've done is I've taken it and I put it back into the community. That way, any super chats. I got 2 day jobs, so I don't make a living off of super chats.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I've got multiple jobs as well. This is a hobby, and unfortunately, I made a hobby into a job with the Uplay Arcade crap. It didn't really plan on it turning into this, but here we are, a couple years into it now. What's really funny is I was going to do it a year earlier. I was going to be in this space a lot sooner, but one of my friends came to me and said, "Hey, man, I want to start a restaurant. Are you interested in jumping into the restaurant industry?" I said, yeah, all right, let's try it. Let's try it. So we did a sandwich shop for about a year. I learned real quick how much freaking work and how expensive it is to run a restaurant, and there's how much unbelievable work it's constantly. When you're also trying to work 2 other jobs, it's not a side gig. A restaurant is not a side gig. I will tell you that right now. So I got the hell out of that as easily as I could. It wasn't easy. I lost a lot of freaking money doing that. And then I came up with doing the 3D printing stuff, and then just kind of just grew from there. Yeah, there you go. Kind of just grew from there. The shim kit right there was the very first thing that we did. I came up with a little idea. I took some ballpoint pins and cut them into pieces and put it in my trackball, and started talking in the communities, and turned out Sheldon had done the exact same thing, but the real deal. I said, "Holy crap, that's my same idea, but he did it properly." Mm-hmm. He actually designed something. So I said, "Man, I'm interested in helping you sell those. Let's sell them." He said, "Hell yeah, let's do it." So we teamed up, and I marketed them, and we still sell them today. Still sell them every single day. So it's funny, whenever you see an at-game sale, that's when our sales are boosted tremendously, because that's when everybody's on the Facebook pages. They're learning about all the different people, about me, Glenn, about Tulsa, all the different companies that make the third-party products for all these home arcade products, I guess. But yeah, it's been, what have we been doing, about 3 years now, and so it's just been a heck of a run. It's kind of focused on building things to help you make your products more like how you want them, to customize them, and to make them a more fun experience. Like the restrictors, when I came out with those really was a big deal. I had so many sales on those freaking things. I was backlogged for 3 or 4 months, and it sometimes happens still. If there's a another at game sale, like on the ALUs or something, it will blow up tremendously. So it comes in waves. Let's see what some of these chats. Thanks, get out there. I'll check out your website. Cool. Well, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Mike. Yes, restaurants are not a freaking.
They're not for the faint of heart.
No, hell no, man. It's and you get zero respect. People run in there and they think you're a piece of trash because you're making a sandwich for them.
Right.
You know, it's the craziest thing in the world, man. It really is. So I learned my lesson on that real quick. Now I will tell you, I had 3 arcade one-ups in that restaurant. I had a Street Fighter, I had a Pac-Man, I had my Atari Asteroids cabinet in there, and those 3 cabinets lasted the entire year, and they got worked over brutally. Now I did have upgraded components on them. The Street Fighter had upgraded HAP components. The Pac-Man has a badass joystick in there from Groovy Game Gear called the Pac Pro, and the Asteroids has a Glen spinner and some upgraded buttons as well. So they were upgraded, but those damn things lasted an entire year. They ran every single day, all day long, and people were working them over. I mean, working them. So I was impressed right then, and so I knew I wanted to do more in the community. So when I got out of that damn restaurant, Uplay was born pretty much. I said, all right, I'll put my extra time, in between sleeping for 3 hours and working, I might as well do something else here. And so that's how Uplay was born.
So I saw the one. I think Sheldon made me one time. He made the at games. He made it green back, or maybe it was clear. Yours looks a lot nicer than that. Mine, unfortunately, mine fell off the desk and broke. I might have to buy another one here. I didn't realize you had these.
Yeah. I've upgraded a lot of the stuff.
Okay.
When I learned how to 3D model,
yeah,
I went through a ton of our different designs because Sheldon had designed maybe 12 different things, for the at games. And I had gone through and upgraded some of them. A lot of them you didn't need to. The shims, you can't do anything to them. They're perfect. They're absolutely perfect. You can't change them at all. But a lot of the other stuff I did kind of upgrade it a little bit and make it a little more mine. Like the trackball covers and stuff, I added some different colors and tops to them. I did get dual head printers, so I'm able to print 2 colors. So that was a big step ahead in our quality as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just continuously upgrading and making our products better and making more and more products. Like I have just recently got into playing AntStream a lot. If you guys ever seen AntStream.com, it's one of the coolest gaming platforms that there is because you can play it on anything. I've been playing it on this Amazon Fire tablet I got on sale for $110. It plays perfectly on there. But you can Bluetooth an AtGames Gamer Pro or Mini, the control panel, to that tablet, and now you have the most ultimate retro gaming portable system imaginable.
Wow.
So I've designed a clip that clips to the front of that Mini, and it holds that tablet right in front of it. So you have this perfect portable system. It's the coolest thing in the world.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm going to be releasing that little clip pretty soon. I'm printing it right now, actually.
So somebody was asking in the chat room, what's his web address? I have it in his lower third. If you guys want to look, uplayarcade.com is the website. You guys can check out. He's got a ton of stuff on there. So you even have some different mods for the arcade, at games. There's a ton of stuff. Monitors. I mean, like here. Let me just do this. I'll go back to.
Yeah,
this.
we do. Yeah, there you go. That's the list. And I can show you. I got
makes it easy.
Here, I'm working on orders right now. I can show you. This is here's all the stuff I have printed already. I'm on a laptop, but like for example, I got restrictors going out. Always restrictors are going out every single day.
Nice. Why would anybody want restrictors?
Yeah,
I'm joking. Obviously.
It's one of those things, a lot of people call them cheater gates. A lot of people, they laugh at them, but a lot of people absolutely love them. So it's one of those kind of crazy products, Not everybody's going to like it, but a lot of people do.
They're flying off the shelf for you. People want them. That's the thing.
Yeah. And then like Dubs, he absolutely can't stand my button covers. He hates the button covers. But I sell a ton of these button covers, man. It's hilarious. And all it does is just cover up a button so you can't hit it on accident.
Oh, nice.
And a lot of people, it saves the day. But a lot of people that have older kids, they don't understand. You know, it's not important.
Right.
So, you know, this is one of those kind of industries. It's like a luxury industry that is just made for a certain kind of person, you know. So I'm not selling shovels and I'm not selling guns. We're selling fun things for people to have fun with, you know.
That's the main thing, honestly, right? People want to have fun. You're providing options, just like Glenn, just like all these guys. It's always nice because I get worried when I go on Etsy. I find out that somebody's selling something, and I'm like, I really like to get that, but can I trust this person, right? Or can I trust this seller? Because you don't know them, right? I mean, it could be somebody from Zimbabwe that you're just going to get your money stolen from, you know. So I think a lot of these guys, these guys in the chat room, they're cracking me up. A lot of these guys looking for something, maybe they didn't know it existed. It's on the banner behind him. I'm sorry, I'm just catching up here with the chat room. Yeah, so guys, if you want to check it out, the letter U, playarcade.com. Let me see here. Let me see what else is going on here in the chat room here. Guys, the phone number's still on. We booted Glenn off. He's long gone. We didn't know he was on, but he
I can't believe he was on there that entire time, man.
We're like going over studio stuff, and he's just sitting there. And he's like, "Okay, guys, well, I'm gonna go now."
That was funny.
And now my son, he just joined us. He's sitting in studio here. He's sitting next to us.
Cool.
So he likes this stuff. He wants to take on and right.
Sure.
He's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I was telling him, what was it, yesterday or no, last week? We were me, and a bunch of people. We were playing the Ice Age pinball game, and we played it for hours. And then you kept getting frustrated because
stupid thing.
It's not stupid. He goes, stupid thing.
Yeah, at least I didn't get a lot of tilts on it. I'm like,
yeah, I didn't get. But see, Vince, you were talking about getting this age group into it. When he had a birthday party and his friends came over, they had no idea what arcades were, and we're talking like 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. And for them to come in here, they were just like, whoa, like they didn't understand. They didn't even know what pinball was.
Though they knew what the NES was.
They did know what the NES was, yeah. But they didn't know what
they never seen
games.
A room full of games, probably. They just seen a TV with a console.
Right.
They used to see your average Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah. The Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what this guy goes. He goes, can I have my birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese? I'm like, really?
This was 2 years ago. 2 to 3 years ago.
You still said it.
Yeah.
So it was just one of those things where I thought it was, I don't know if I should feel old.
You are.
Nice guy, right? Nice kid. Huh?
It keeps you on your toes, huh?
A little bit. So I think, let me see here if there's any comments here. Guys, if you want to call in, we're going to wrap the stream up probably here in a little bit. I've been going long, but I really felt like I like doing these community shows because it's people that don't normally get on and talk or speak their mind or in the chat rooms or rekindle with people that you haven't seen or I mean, I've been watching your show while I'm setting up. I put it on the laptop right next to me. I'm listening because I'm interested in Old School Gamer magazine. So I like you guys just had the guys from Polycade on this past week, which I thought was a really good interview. I love
those guys.
I feel your pain sometimes. You got to wrangle people in, but hey, you did a good job with it. Yeah,
we were trying to stay at a 30-minute format for the first few episodes, and it's just too tough. It's too tough to get everything in. So
Well-
we stretched it to an hour, and it's way more comfortable.
Yeah, it's good because we start at 9 o'clock. I know you were going for half an hour, so by 9 o'clock I usually shut it down because I have to get obviously started with this. So we've been kind of, like I'll sit here. Literally that's the first thing I do is I boot the laptop up so I can listen to it while I'm setting up because I do like the content that you guys have been putting out with Old School Gamer Magazine and things like that. So it's different, right? Everything else is just always news all the time. And that's what we try to stay away from, just not always news. We try to get into, like Jade does a lot of modding, so we show a lot of that. We do talk a little bit about the new school stuff too, like any kind of things with that and our opinions. But like Arcade 1-Up, iArcade, at games, we try to keep it like 10 minutes and out. Like I don't want to be talking about it for an hour.
Yeah. We tried to, focus more on the gameplay side of it, not
Yes.
what cabinet's coming out, what game is going to be on that cabinet. We try to focus on playing the cabinets actually using the product. And
there's
the
a
whole
concept,
back end
right?
of marketing. Like so if you know much about marketing, there's products that are called demonstrable products, and those are products that are demonstrated to sell them. And so that's what all of these are. These are all demonstrable products, straight up.
Yeah.
So you need to have the back end marketing of somebody actually playing it. You're not going to be watching a Ford commercial and watch a truck parked on a parking lot. It's not going to just be sitting there still. It's going to be hauling ass down a dirt road, hauling rocks, and pulling a vehicle, right? That's what this is doing. This is what we're trying to do with the home arcade industry. We're trying to say, okay, how do I play this thing? Oh, okay. You play with your other friends. You try to beat his high score. A lot of people don't understand those concepts, or they don't understand it because they weren't around back then. How to chase scores. All they know is I'm going to play this game for 10 minutes and then that's it. Well, there's a whole other end to it that you don't even know about, of the scoring and challenges and tournaments and all this different stuff. So that's kind of our whole thing has been, is teaching that aspect of it, of how to actually have fun with these products, because then you're going to want to buy more. That's all there is to it. Once you know how to use it, then you're going to want to buy it. If you don't know how to use a shovel, you're probably not going to buy it. If you don't have a need for it, if you don't need to dig a hole, you're not going to buy a shovel. So we're trying to give you the reason to buy it. And so that's what's always been our main focus with all of our shows since the beginning, since the very beginning of us doing shows. I think you guys actually played our very first episodes on your show, funny enough, back on was it Legends Center?
Yes.
We were doing this sort of layout back then.
Yes.
Funny enough, man.
Yeah, we had the
years
other virtual studio because we tried to make it look like P-Dubs was sitting in the same studio with me, and I figured, yeah, let's do something a little different, with this and set up the virtual set. I mean, my set looks fine without the virtual, but I was like, I need to play around with it a little bit too, just in my studio. So I was like, this is a great opportunity to play around with it.
Yeah, it's cool, man. I like that you always are doing a unique thing. I'm sitting here in my cabin where I do all my 3D printing stuff. I don't have a unique thing going on, so I really appreciate that you do that next level. And I know how much work it is, because I've come from a where you had to do your own lighting, you had to do your own backgrounds, and we're running on Betamax tapes that you're freaking transferring back into a system and crossing your fingers so the time code doesn't get all jammed up or some stupid crap. So yeah, I come from back in the day where it was 1,000 times harder and 10 million times more expensive to do exactly what we're doing right now, and I have appreciation for it. Let's just say that. And same thing with the video games that we have now and the ability to play them. I have a tremendous appreciation for us to be able to do this. I remember when I was a kid, we had those LCD things that the movement was 2 or 3 pixels, and that was your entire graphics set. I mean, that's all we had. Now we're playing every game in the world on a computer or on my freaking phone. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, and we're blubbering about different things. I mean, why are we blubbering? We should be on cloud 9 24 hours a day. At least that's how I think about it.
Well, especially At Games announced too that they were going to do a handheld. I mean, that's
Oh,
pretty
really?
cool. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be really
That'll be
cool.
it.
Throwing coin ops on a handheld, maybe for like a sub $100 price point. But I mean, like that's
What are they going to do with that?
well,
Huh.
I don't know if it's going to be dockable so you can hook it up to the TV. They didn't really give us a lot of detail on it, but it is coming as a handheld.
Like a Switch or something, huh?
Kind of. Yeah, there's a question or a comment in here for you, I guess. On they said, "I'd love to see a kit specific offering for Arcade One Up and At Games controls." I don't know if they're referring to your gates that you have for your iArcade. Could you clarify that, Carl?
I have specific for the Gamer Pro, the Gamer Mini, and the iArcades. And I have thought about doing one for the Pac-Mans,
Okay.
but they have a pretty good gate on them already. That's the thing. You would just need to upgrade the joystick altogether. That's the thing.
Okay.
On the Pac-Mans and the Bally cabinets, you just got to put a better joystick on it. I mean, they work okay, but if you're trying to do competition level, you got to go leaf springs or leaf switches. You have to. That's the only way.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever tried the Pac Pro from Groovy Gamer, that is the greatest joystick in the world, and it will spoil you because it's much better than the real arcade joystick. I have found that out. So my Pac-Man in the bar plays much better than a real arcade cabinet, and it screws you over because you can't play very well in the arcade because you get so used to that one. It has such a beautiful throw to it. I suggest to just upgrade those on those cabinets. The At Games, the joystick's pretty good actually. It's really not half bad, and you can get away with just throwing a restrictor, either mine or you put Glenn's on there if you want to have an all-out solution where you just hit a button. We both have the same fix to a problem. We just have a different solution to it. So it just depends on where you want to go. If you want an easy, fast slap-on thing, get mine. If you want a nice, beautifully installed internal thing that you just hit a button and it changes, or it even has software now, right, that it changes automatically with coin ops, I believe. I mean, that's pretty sweet. So, it just depends on what you want to do. We have pretty much anything that you want now for the industry, it's available. We have other people coming in all the time, too, doing it. So, future's very bright for the little industry.
Legends Voyager is the handheld that At Games put out.
Oh,
so
I never have heard of that. Yeah.
So that's going to be available for National Owners Day. I believe the pre-orders for it, and it's probably going to ship later this year. I was trying to pull the PDF up from Thursday, but I don't have it handy. With their 4K, the 4K pinball and the 4K ALU that's coming.
I think that's phenomenal. I don't really care much about the 4K, but I think the faster processing power on itself is going to be really, really big time because now they're going to be able to play even better games. I think it's going to be a lot more consistent now. Mm-hmm. I have a lot of fun with the ALU that we have. I mean, I still have the original 1.0 from original Sam's Club.
I did too until I got the deal on the other one. That's the only reason I upgraded.
Oh yeah.
Well,
did you sell your 1.0?
No, so the 1.0, the 1.2 was at Sam's Club for $350. I'm like, that's kind of a steal, right? So I bought it.
You had to buy it.
So I bought it. Okay. And then somebody in California said that they took a picture of the Sam's Club for $189. They price matched it, so I ended up getting it for $189. I got it for $189, and then I donated to the kids at the kids' church my other ALU 1.0 because I don't need two of them. So I took it in there, and so they play it all the time.
They only play one game on it.
Yeah, they play Marvel vs. Capcom.
Out of all the games, just one game.
That's what they play on it.
That's a great game to play on there, though.
So that's the only reason. Otherwise, I'd be in the same boat as you. I just I would have taken advantage of the CPU upgrade.
I don't want to lose my 1.0 because it has the HDMI output. I could stream super easy with it.
But the new one has two HDMI outputs.
Oh, does it now?
That's what they did differently. So I'm like, really?
Okay, so the 1.1 didn't have HDMI output, right?
That is correct. And the 1.2 doesn't have it.
Wow. So what is the new one called?
I guess they're just calling it the 4K, the 4KC, 4KC,
Okay.
I think it is. So
so that does have HDMI output now again. Okay. Well,
let me see if I can find that PDF and see if I can pull it out for you because that would be.
So what makes that ALU so powerful for me is I can stream from that thing. I can hook up the physical PC. I can play AntStream on it. I can play Jam.gg on it. We can even do retrogames.cc on it, and you can play all the games on it as well. So and Steam, all from that thing, and stream from the same cabinet. Super easy. So that's why I love having that thing laying around. I do have to get it hooked back up very soon. It is. I haven't moved in the bedroom now because I have so much crap going on. But yeah, soon it will be back in the bar and hooked up to my main streaming rig, the ALU 4KP.
That's what they're calling it. That's what they're calling it. Okay. And I assume the pinball's the same name, Adam. I forget. I've slept since Thursday's show. It was
ALP 4KP probably.
Yeah, it could be. But the new UI, they're going to have a new UI in it too. It's going to kind of resemble the OS 10 iTunes Leopard UI where the 3D books where they kind of
I've seen it. I saw it on Dub's channel. It looks pretty good. I'm more interested in an online lobby. I don't really care what the UI looks like as long as we get some sort of an online lobby system. If you can get on there, see what your friends are playing, and then be able to say, I'm jumping into his game. The first company to do that, I think, is going to win. As soon as we have a system that's similar to a PlayStation or an Xbox gaming system, where you can see your friends list, you see what game they're playing, jump on board, they're going to win.
No, I agree with that.
But be first on the block, because that's what they're all going to move to. I mean, that's all. It's inevitable. That's what's going to happen.
Yep.
It's just who's going to be first.
Daniel, they actually got a question here for you. MG's got one. He says, TechBuzz Jr., what Xbox games are young people playing nowadays?
I haven't really touched my Xbox since I got a PlayStation, but the last game I played on it was Hello Neighbor 2 because I got it for free on the Game Pass.
But see, you don't want so. Me and Quarters here, we're all about physical hardware. Like, we want the actual game. Okay, we don't want downloaded codes for the most part.
I have a reasoning for that.
But you do. He's all about digital. He wants digital games.
It's because there's either a risk of breaking the disc, losing it, or having to search through all my games just to find that one game.
I don't know. That's the mentality.
What if you forget your password, though?
Yeah. What if you forget your password, Daniel?
Write it down.
Daniel, like your Switch. So here's a story for you.
Not this.
So we got a really good deal on a Switch OLED. This guy over here.
We traded it in.
We traded it in, and GameStop was going to give him. How much did they give you?
They gave me $200
for his original Switch. So he got
for $100.
So he got the OLED for what, $125, $150.
Yeah.
Okay. And I said to him before he traded it in, I said, "You remember what your Nintendo password is?" "Oh yeah, Dad, I know what it is." I'm like, "Are you sure?" He's, "Oh yeah, I know what it is." "Do you know what your Fortnite password?" "Oh yeah, I know what all that is." I get home, set it up. I'm like, "All right, give me your Nintendo password." Oh, I don't remember what it is. So fortunately, my daughter remembered what it was, so we got in.
No, she just started guessing random
but she got into it, right?
Yeah.
So then we got to Fortnite. Mind you, I've spent hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in V-Bucks and downloads for this guy.
No, she found out my Epic Games password.
He didn't remember his Epic Games password, and my daughter was trying different ones and managed to get in.
Yeah, I called Nintendo for my Nintendo account.
Yeah, that was a disaster.
Whole different story.
So when Gunther says about, what if you forget your password? That's a reality there, my friend.
I have something pretty similar. When my kid was maybe 3 years old, she found a game called Animal Jam on my wife's phone or something, and somehow subscribed to it. And I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, she's 13. 2 or 3 years ago, I happened to look on the bank account, and there is a charge from Animal Jam for like $13.99.
Ooh!
What is it? And so it turns out that I've been charged this entire time for years for this Animal Jam that I had no idea. It just somehow slipped by every single month. because it was just such a small charge. I didn't really think anything of it. So then I tried to figure out how in the heck to kill it. It was impossible. There was no email to contact. There was no way. I didn't know what account it was under. I had no idea what the password was. It was a mess. It took me months and months and months to figure it out. I finally found on a website a forum of an email that you had to contact. It was insane. It was insane. But yeah, I have something like that happened to me. Yeah, Dubs, you're still here, man. You should have been in.
He could still call in. He knows how to get on here or send me a message.
Class reunion here.
We're bringing everybody on, having a chit chat. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, Gunther. That's gonna happen to me when he stops playing Fortnite. I'm gonna all of a sudden get these reoccurring charges for the battle pass every freaking month. Now he's in the Call of Duty, so he's doing the battle pass.
Hey, it's a half and half. Fortnite's just been dry.
I play Fortnite with you guys.
Yeah, Fortnite's just been dry for a little bit.
You ask him anything about Fortnite, he'll tell you the skin, when it was released. That's what these guys are into. Somebody said about Destiny. You don't play Destiny, do you?
I play Destiny 2 once in a while.
Do you?
Yeah.
What's the other one you guys play? You and Frankie and them, you play the
Overwatch?
Overwatch. Yeah, that's the other one that they play.
Overwatch
All the games, Gunther, you and I just kind of stay away from.
You don't want to get yourself sucked into it.
I'll play Call of Duty, but I just can't do it like I used to back in the day, man. Like I'm too old now, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I just don't have the patience.
I get tired of the cheating. I get tired of the cheating where they can shoot you 900 meters and take your head off.
Well, they don't have any cheaters in Modern Warfare 2 yet.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Give them a couple more days.
I was just gonna say, yeah. Give them but that was my big thing. At least with Fortnite, when I play that.
There's rarely any cheaters.
Epic's pretty tight on that. So, all right, let me pull this up. So Adam Kalb just sent me this, Gunther. We can share this for the timeline for at games we were talking about.
Oh, cool.
So I couldn't get my PDF open. So the timeline here, let me zoom in on this. That's for the deals, okay, and then the Legends Pinball Ultimate. Let me scroll down here. There it is, the 4K. So you can see what they've added. The Rock chip, 32 gigs of storage. It has the built-in LCD panel for those.
That's sweet.
The VIBS is integrated to support OTG, which is something you just mentioned about. The built-in LCD has a second display, 24-inch 4K, dual HDMI interface. So that was the other thing.
Nice.
But the price is to be determined.
I'll tell you, man. Out of all the companies, those at games monitors are so bright and clean and colorful. They're beautiful, man. I can't wait to see what the 4K monitor looks like.
So they're even putting solenoids in for haptic feedback on the pinball, and it's going to be a little bit deeper of a box. You can see 4 inches deeper on the pinball. The legs are 2 inches longer because everybody's been saying about having longer legs.
Nice.
23.8-inch back glass from the 15.6.
Do we have a MSRP yet?
We don't have MS. That's to be determined. But
Yeah,
I think
I
pre-orders are going to go for the Nod.
Okay.
The tentative time for pre-order on Nod Summer for Q4 2023 release. So it's kind of like the last time when they first released the pinball, we got it like before Christmas, early January, if you remember when it was released. But here's the upgrade kit. This is $350 for the Legends 1-1, 1-2, but the 1-0 is to be determined. And
now, that Rock chip, is that the same chip that's in the iArcade?
I believe it is, or it's the Rock chip 3588. So I don't know what they put in the new one. Maybe you know the answer for that one for the gold edition.
I don't.
Anybody in the chat room know? Do you know if this is the Rock chip that's inside the Gen 1 iArcade, or is it in the we'll call it the Gen 2 gold edition? I really don't know because I've never opened up my arcade for fear of voiding the warranty.
I know it has a Rock chip, but I don't know which model.
And then here's the one for the ALP. It's also the 3588.
Oh, so cool. Okay, nice. So I can upgrade my regular ALP. Beautiful.
Yeah. And then if you buy a 4K TV, like let's say you wanted to do the cool toy hack where you put a regular display in there, a 32-inch TV, take the bezel out, or find a monitor, you could throw it in and do it yourself without having to buy a whole new pinball table.
Carl says the iArcade is at $33.99. Okay. So one
Okay,
step
so the
up.
gold, the one step up for the gold. Do you know if it was the same rock chip in the original?
I don't know. I don't know at all. I know they're both rock chips.
Right.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about the model.
Okay, here's some upgrade information. The 4K and the upgrade kit versus the ALU.
300 built-in no Atari, Disney, and Tetris games, but more Taito, Data East, and Jailcode games, Activision, Coleco, and Pico games. Interesting. So I wonder why Atari bailed on that. Huh.
I don't know.
It was interesting. So that they came originally with the 350 games, right?
Right.
And then they took the 50 games away suddenly on one of the upgrades, and then like sold them back to us. Like it was the craziest thing. Craziest thing I ever seen.
Yeah, I didn't
whatever.
understand that. That was what Adam was saying too. He didn't want to upgrade to lose those 50 games. And Carl O says the ALP Core Max chip and Mini is the $33.99, which is I have the Core Max, but I don't have the Pinball Mini. I'm wondering why they wouldn't put the $33.99 in the brand new pinball. That doesn't make sense if they're already putting it in their products.
Yeah, that's weird.
Here's the game list. If you go on Wagner's Tech Talk, he took the actual PDF, screenshot it, and put it all in a blog. Adam sent it over. Here's the Voyager. This is what we were talking about, the handheld, right?
Yeah, okay. See what that says. New and open connected handheld, ALV. Legends tribute to the first spaceship traveled. Oh, okay, that's interesting. ALV supports Legends of all Universal games, okay, and pinball packs. I wonder what it looks like.
We haven't seen it.
50 games included, 25 tables and 25 games. So that'll probably be about $200, I'll bet you.
Touchscreen display on it, 5.35 IPS.
Touchscreen. That is sweet, huh? Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, rechargeable battery, haptic built-in. No kidding.
So Gunther, they did say that you could turn it sideways. Kind of, if you remember how like the Atari Lynx was, you could turn it sideways, like if you wanted to do
for vertical.
That if you want to do vertical or pinball, you could play it sideways to get that feel.
Oh, that's interesting, man. I'd like to see that for sure.
So hopefully,
boy, I sure hope that doesn't go the route of the Bit Blaster. Boy, I was excited about that.
Or the steering wheel.
Yeah, or the steering wheel. Yeah.
So the rest of it is like LPO Lounge. Excuse me. This is what you were asking about, I believe.
Will launch March 1st. eStore offering exclusive deals to LPO members.
But I think this is going to be in coordination with the lounge where you can see who people are online with, unless I'm mistaken. But I thought that's what they were saying.
Really?
This was all. Maybe I'm mistaking it for something else, but I thought that's what they were talking about with the and more ArcadeNet. We've been screaming about ArcadeNet having nothing. So maybe they moved Atari to that.
I know they moved quite a bit of stuff to ArcadeNet. Data East. I know we helped them do some testing on some stuff there a while back. It was Data East, I think maybe Activision. I can't remember now.
Okay.
Me and our team at Cleveland.
Yeah,
At Games is going to be. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they're going to be there. They're going to do a sponsored giveaway since I'm going to be there live. That's why I was telling the community they're not paying me anything. They just offered to do a sponsored giveaway for the community. So I'm getting nothing as far as compensation. I'm being there working with the Cleveland Gaming Classic Expo. They're going to put us up in a hotel room, and basically we get in for free. That's the extent of that. So we're doing that. Juan, you don't have to super chat, but appreciate it. He puts it in there. Let's see what he says here. He says, when are we doing the TechBuzz family versus Perea family on Fortnite again? Yeah, we are scared we're gonna We're scared.
We have the weakest links on our team.
Yeah, you're looking at the weakest link right there.
Hey, no. I'm actually better than all you guys.
Yeah, I see how it is. He's not humble in any.
Obviously.
Yeah. There's some other deals that are going on here. Apparently, I don't know if any of this stuff is interesting to any of it or any of you guys.
Hero deal.
Let's go back here. I'll go back to Hero Deals 1. There you go.
What is a hero deal? Favorite hero deal?
I think there's like a combination. So, the upgrade kit. So we talked about that. So if you want to get in on it on Nod Day, because the Legends Ultimate, you can save $50 if you want to buy the chipset to upgrade your ALU 10 to the newest one. You save $50, $299. If you want to do the pinball, it's $80 off, $319 instead of $399. So that might be worth it. If anybody wants to just do to upgrade your machine, you just got to source your own 4K monitor. And then there's some different combo deals here that you can get the BitPixel. I actually use my BitPixel as room decor. I took it off the ALU a long time ago, and I just put it like it's the entryway to my game room, and it just cycles through. Yeah, it just cycles through artwork.
Does that have its own PCB on it?
You use like a thumb drive to put it in. Like Al Link has like all the artwork, and it just cycles through it.
Kind of like a digital
signage
picture frame.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool.
So that's what I did with mine when I got the bit LCD.
In other words, it's another source of light.
Yeah. So $459 is a really ridiculous deal for the ALU. I mean, that's so worth it, man. It's crazy. And a Gamer Pro's $139, hilarious.
The only thing is the shipping and handling on the ALU is $100.
Oh yeah.
So it's $549.
Oh, it's hard to get around that.
That's why I took advantage. That's why I took advantage of the Sam's Club deal.
Yeah, that's how I got mine with Sam's Club. I wouldn't have paid shipping for mine.
No,
I know that.
But right, $350 is a steal at that.
It is.
And then to get a price match for $189, I was like, yeah, I can't pass.
Yeah,
that up.
that's hilarious, man. You should have bought two of them.
I should have, but
yeah, one for me.
You have it down here. What do you need one for you?
Yeah, in my room, just in case.
Where are you gonna put it? On your bed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You'll just have to cut a whole hole in the ceiling.
He has his own. He could technically, yeah. Plus shipping. MG goes.
Have either of you guys tried that controller, that Legends controller? It looks nice.
I actually have it.
How is it?
A little bit better than the ones they used to give you with the blast dongles.
Okay, so it's not Xbox quality. Somewhere
like
in between then, huh?
It looks like Xbox.
It looks really nice.
So I have it here. Hang on, let me get situated here, and then I'm going to hand it to my son. And he's never touched it before.
Okay.
So I have it. I have it right here. You're not going to see
a
the
neutral opinion,
right? So
and it looks nice, man. It really does.
Here, you tell everybody what you think, because this is the first time you're touching it. How do you think it feels compared to like PlayStation or Xbox? Because it's more of an Xbox.
Dusty.
Well, it's dusty because it was.
I just had to do that. Feels more like an Xbox controller than anything.
What about the triggers and the thumbsticks? What are your thoughts on the analog sticks?
They're decent. I mean, I don't really like the things that pop out of it. Up down.
Oh, you don't like the rubber parts, the black rubber parts?
Well, the little...
Show it on the camera because people can't see down on your lap.
Crevices here that just
little grips or whatever.
Yeah, those are really uncomfortable. But...
Now some people said the analog sticks feel like they're in too close.
This is how Xbox does it. I mean,
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that people have said that. So you're saying it's not. You're saying it's exactly
It's basically exactly how Xbox does their controllers.
okay. What about your triggers,
Uh,
the bumpers?
if
How do they feel compared to like an Xbox or a PlayStation?
if they could make the back triggers a little wider, that
So,
would be
so you think
more
they're too
doable.
thin?
Yeah, the plastic.
Hold it up so they can see.
The plastic just usually a controller would not have that plastic around it. It would just let it go down.
Okay, so you're saying it needs to go a little deeper and a little bit wider.
Yeah, deeper, wider.
Okay. That's what I said for for you and I, Gunther. I think it'd be fine for retro games, but like you start getting into heavier gameplay, like he plays this Xbox and PlayStation all the time.
Otherwise, it's a really good controller.
What about the buttons? X, Y, A, B.
Same button layout as a Xbox here.
But does it feel good? Does it feel mushy? Does it feel hard?
It doesn't feel like a brick like Xbox.
What about the D-pad?
D-pad, it's good. It's like a normal D-pad.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Are the triggers analog or are they just switches, micro switches?
They feel like they're analog.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So they have a variable to them. Okay. Interesting. And so that usually is what, about $30-$40, right? By itself?
Yeah, but I will state this from my own personal, and I haven't done the review on it yet because I haven't got around to it. It is rechargeable. What a pain in the butt it was to get this synced to the Core Max.
Boy, every one of their systems has a pain
This
sync up.
I literally wanted to throw it. Like I literally had to
Yeah.
get on with their support to figure out how to get this connected. Like you would think it would be super simple. You got to hold down a bunch of different buttons to get a certain light to shine where you would think out of the box you just hit a button, you hold down the Bluetooth button and it syncs with whatever device you're no.
That's too hard.
You got to hold down, I forget what it is, left bumper, A and the center thing and maybe start and then it lights up a certain button and then you sync it. The easiest way I did was I took my Legends Gamer Mini, got that connected, which was a piece of cake, and then because now I had joystick access, I could then go in and find this in the.
Wow.
So that's one thing I will say for people, and I know you can't see the green because of the green screen, but
I mean, you put it in my camera.
I feel like, don't you feel like you could drop this and it would probably break?
It feels like one of those remote control, like those RC cars that you get.
Hold it up.
Like one of those RC cars that you get, and then it comes with that cheap controller. This is how it feels. Just
okay.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as good as say an Xbox. I feel like it'll crack if I drop it.
Yeah,
I'm not lying. And
Plus,
I like that games.
It doesn't have any grip on it on like the back, which is something that they're missing.
So I mean, if you can get for $20, I'd say it's worth it. But don't expect $60 quality or $80 quality out of it.
Yeah.
You're not getting that.
Yeah. Nice. You got to know your expectations. You got to know.
That's why I'm putting it out there. If you're an adult, if like us, we could buy this and play retro games with it. It's fine. If you're buying this to give to your kids with a Gamer Pro or a Gamer Core Max, I'd probably say just get an Xbox controller and sync that and just use that to be quite fair.
You're better off with an Xbox controller.
I mean, I like Act Games. I like their stuff, but this is just one thing I feel like they skimped on.
I mean,
that's what I was wondering about it. Steven, I better head out, man. I appreciate you letting me on the show for a while here.
Yeah, man, it's
Great
just
talking to
just open source. Yeah, let's stay in touch and figure out what we're gonna do as far as this network thing going. I think people could get a lot out of it. Let me know. Hit me up. Let's figure it out.
Well, I think it's the right direction, man. I think it's exactly what we need to do. So I'll put some work into it, and I'll be in contact, man.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us here.
Definitely. You guys have a great one.
All right, man. Take care. Let me see if I can pull Daniel up over on this one. There we go. I just got to reset There, I'll pull you over like that, and then I could sit with Gunther. There we go. So I can go to that. And I just got to clear everybody out of here because otherwise I'm not gonna know who's on or who's not on. Yeah, it is a long weekend for us. We're off. I'm off Monday.
I was off 4 days.
So
Still am.
yeah. So I think we'll get moving with this network. I think it'll be cool. I know you wanted to do a show. I know eventually he wants to take over and do this, which is fine. I can do I'll do the production side of it. He can host the shows and do stuff. But we're gonna put him to work when we go out to the Cleveland Gaming Expo. I think he's going to get a kick out of that. He wants to walk the floor. We're going to give him a live view. So this is the game plan, guys. Is I have my producer that usually works when I'm on camera and I'm at trade shows. We'll have 4 cameras, 5 cameras, maybe even 6 cameras set up. 2 in At Games booth. I want 4 in our booth. And he'll be switching from camera to camera, my producer. We can talk and interview people. But then if I send a crew out on the actual show floor, my daughter talked about going out. My son was going to go out, and we have another guy that would be willing to do it, to carry camera and film. These guys go out on the floor, and we can cut to it. So if you're watching the stream, we could be like, okay, we're going to cut to the guys on the showroom floor. We cut to them live. They're interviewing somebody on the floor. And then when they're done with that person, while they're walking to the next booth, or maybe they do 2 or 3 to give us a break, they cut back to us in the booth. And we continue our interview side of things. So
me giving you a break? Never.
Well, that's the plan anyway. So we're gonna kind of work with things like that.
You're gonna have to train me.
Well, of course. Well, this is part of your training.
Oh.
Talking to a live audience. You can see the chat room right in front of you, can't you? Yeah. It's right there.
Yeah, I can.
Well, I didn't know. MG and Carl. So that's what we want to try to do. We want to try to give it to where you guys have some optimal viewing. MG, are you talking about coming out to Cleveland Gaming Classic? Is that what I'm seeing here? And Carl, are you talking about coming up? Are you guys gonna? Because At Games was asking who was all gonna go up. Because if we do a giveaway, man, you guys got a good chance. Hopefully we can get like a pinball micro or something like that we can give away to you guys. That would be awesome. You guys want to help out, come up. I think it would be fun. They're talking about mining Bitcoin. I was going to say Bitcraft. It's like for Minecraft. It's like
what's wrong with you?
I know. It's like well, because he said about mining.
Oh.
Any news on the next Battle Pass? Daniel, launching in March. What do you know? What can you share with people?
Nothing. I don't look at the leaks anymore.
You don't look at the leaks? What have you seen? I know some people have talked about it. I
according to you, Dad.
Yeah.
You said that Back to the Future was coming. They said that for like a couple years now, and it still hasn't come. What do you have to say about that?
Listen, I saw the DeLorean. I saw Marty and Doc, so I mean, I'm holding to it. That's
there's a flying car glider, but that's not the DeLorean.
Well, I'm just saying that's what
it looks like a hover drone.
All right, well, you live in DC. Yeah, that would be a haul for you to go to Cleveland unless you flew.
Just for a show.
Yeah, I mean,
do people do that?
It's actually in Cleveland. MG. It's up in Cleveland. Cleveland Gaming Classic. Let me pull it up here. I'll cut to you real quick. Let me see here. I can cut back to this. Let's go. View, enter full screen. And I will put I'll put it up on. Boom. So this is what it looks like. I mean, they'll have places that you can play games, arcades.
Oh,
They'll
I
have
haven't even- I
cosplay.
haven't even seen this yet.
This is happening the September 22nd through 24th at Cleveland at the IX Center in Cleveland. Toys, collectibles, free play arcade and pinball,
Oh, that's cool.
tabletop games. So if you're into board games, legendary special guests apparently meet your favorite characters. So there's a lot to do here besides, gaming. There'll be some after parties apparently going on that my son will not be attending. So let me see what else here.
Of course, I'm not going to be attending them.
So 215 days away. I know it sounds like a lot to talk about getting ready for, but honestly, you have to get ready for it now because with all the equipment I have to bring, I have another TriCaster. I have 2 TriCasters like that I have here that I'm going to be bringing and setting up. It's a mobile rig that I've built that I used during COVID for producing graduations and things like that. So, it's a little ways away, but is there a Marriott near the expo? I believe there is. And honestly, if you're attending, if you register early with tickets, they have a group rate that you can get if you're attending. But MG, if you were coming, even to help me out in the sense of, you're just being in the booth or whatever, going out. I mean, obviously you would look around. We could probably get you in at a discounted rate, whatever. I would tell them like, hey, I need, 3 extra rooms at the rate. They might be able to help me out or help you out since you're coming up from DC. I'm going to hopefully have some t-shirts and hats. If people want to get some t-shirts and hats, again, it's just going toward the channel and anything like that. I know people have always asked. I don't like the stock things, but
My V-Buck funds.
you talked about that. What?
Nothing. Nothing.
V-Bucks?
Nothing.
Oh, yeah.
My V-Buck funds.
Your V-Buck funds? Well, if you sell hats and shirts, you can do V-Bucks.
No, I'll be on the floor.
Yeah, that's right. You're going to work for your V-Bucks. You have Marriott points. I believe there is one. You'd have to Google it. Biggie D saying 80 degrees Fahrenheit, but there's snow at 7K. He's not sharing with Carlo. Oh, man. Yeah, I know this has been going on all day long. I know. I do these marathon ones usually when I don't have to work. Like it's a long weekend, I try to do it. But I was just getting frustrated as time went on with everything that was happening in the community that I felt like, it's time that we come together, we talk about it and get everything taken care of. And I appreciate all you guys coming in and chatting with us here and hanging out. Like I said, I don't know if anybody's tried calling the phone. I muted it just because there's a little bit of a noise. They can't hear it, but I can hear it. So
I can hear the thing behind me.
Oh yeah, you can hear the fan. Yeah, you're gonna hear the fan.
It's like my PlayStation's.
You can hear it.
Hard motor.
If your earbuds were in all the way, you wouldn't hear it. But usually I have a backdrop behind him. But I was like, we'll just throw it down. I'll leave the Coke at home. All right, you do that. You do that, Carl. But yeah, if you guys, I should put the lower third up. If you want to call in, you can. 724-893-8603 is the number. If you want to jump on video, send me a message on Facebook or I'm trying to think. Facebook Messenger? I don't know.
Something.
Yeah, I don't know any other way. I'm not hard to get a hold of. I mean, ask MG. He hunts me down all the time.
What?
MG in the chat room.
Oh.
He knows what my house looks like. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, Scott Lee, you're thinking about the Cleveland Gaming Classic? Yeah, man, definitely. Like I said, we're gonna be there. Even if At Games wasn't sponsoring a giveaway, like I've been talking with the owner of the Cleveland Gaming Expo and the Classic. He's all about it, coming out and streaming it live. So he's like, yeah, bring your mobile studio, and we could do a ton of content. I mean, that's the goal. I want to get out there and do some content for you guys that live far away that planning on not coming. But I want to do it kind of like this, where you got multiple camera angles. You guys can see what's going on at the expo. I'll have a producer because I'll be on camera, and we can set it up to where we have a killer setup, and you guys can see, like, it's not going to be like, can you hear me? Nope, I can't hear you. I mean, you guys know when I do live shows, I try to do the best I can with it, just like with him coming in. How about I just unmute your microphone, put your headset on, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
So, just like anybody that calls in. MG goes, I would call, but I have nothing to talk about. I have zero arcade knowledge.
You don't have to have arcade knowledge. I barely have any arcade knowledge, and I'm none.
Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, right?
Okay, just because Glenn left.
MG goes, it's your fault. Well, let's pull this up here. He goes, it's your fault. I know your house. In fairness, I guess it's my fault for looking at the picture from when you bought it. What did he say? He said, had a sweet basement bar that seems to have gone. Yeah, they did. And you know what the funny part is? There was a basement bar here, but they didn't drink. So they had to get rid of all that. And when we had our granite countertops put in, the guy that came to measure everything out for the granite countertops, he goes, I see you threw out that poker table that was made. It looks like it was old electricity wire, the wooden table, like they would spool it up on it, but they used it as a table down here. They had it set up for poker and craps, I guess. I don't know. They also had the neon signs for like Budweiser and Coors Light. They had them down here. Apparently they go for a lot of money, but the guy goes, if I give you a discount on your granite, can I take those? I'm like, yeah, have at it. I was just going to throw them out. So I ended up getting rid of the neons, which I know a lot of you guys that are you have bars. I don't drink. Nobody in the house drinks in the family. So I was like, I don't want that stuff. This is going to turn into a studio. So I gave it to him, and I got a discount on my granite countertops. So my wife was happy. So he ended up taking I said, take whatever you want. Yeah, it was a win-win. So I told him, take it. Biggie D's Arcade says, I like your, what does he say here? He goes, I like your YouTuber videos, like the lighting one. I'm going to try to do more of that to help people out. Listen, I don't want people when I go, because I wasn't directing that to anybody in the arcade and gaming space. Well, I should say gaming space because I see it on TikTok all the time. It wasn't anybody in our immediate group here because I know a lot of you guys do videos. You have lighting. It just drives me nuts. I'm sure you could talk about it. And like anybody that watches anything on TikTok, I feel like there's no lighting on a lot of their videos when they're trying to do demonstration. I'm like, I can't even see what you're trying to show me. But there are people that do good with lighting. But even now, like you guys can see, like I have a green screen, but you can't tell that I have a green screen because the lighting is good. That's what you want. There's no shadows on my face. I'm even wearing a hat. How many times have you seen guys wear hats and it's all shadowed down on their face? I make it look realistic, and that's what you want.
Very bright lights.
Yeah, there is.
Really, they're blinding.
Hair lights help. If you saw, in fact, I could go to that really quick. You can see that we're sitting here. He's sitting right next to me, but it doesn't look like it. But yeah, but I have. Let me see if I can go above here. Behind. There's some hair lights here on the track light. You can't see it because I have backdrops rolled up there for other shows that I produce for. But there's 4 lights. He's got 2 on him. I got 2 on me for hair lights. So it helps light me up. And then my 2 shooting at me are the right temperature to give me the proper color. But here's the other thing. I've got a key light that's set to the same temperature as those other ones. So when I balance everything, and that's the other thing you want to make sure that you're doing is you don't want to put warm lights with cool lights. It just messes up all your lighting. So you want to make sure to do all that. So those are types of things I want to show people. I use a TV behind me. I'm not even using a green screen. It's a green TV. You guys can't even see it. But if I go to this, okay, I'm just going to turn off my key. It's just green on the TV. That's it.
Nothing special.
That's all it is. So I literally put a green image with a computer that's connected to it. So like when I do so let's go to this one. You guys know this background. It's the arcade. from game time, or my broadcast background, or my actual studio, or here's the one for Christmas. You guys remember I did this at Christmas time with the MVC. That's all it is. I just changed the image on the TV, and then inside the TriCaster, I can just turn on the keying. So that's why it turns black.
You can make yourself into a black void.
And there we are.
You're
So the size TV that I have behind me, I believe it's a 52-inch. It perfectly measures the size of the frame. And the thing with it, and Daniel can tell you this, is the TV is not perfectly flat. That's another tip that you guys can learn from when you put, yeah, it's all lies, MG. The TV, a lot of people, when they put a TV behind them, you notice there's no reflection of the lights. You saw how bright my lights were. There's no reflection of the lights off the TV because you want to take the TV, tip it forward. I have it mounted on the wall, so it's using one of those.
You have to put it at a perfect angle.
He's 100% right. You take, just like this in the image here is angled. It's actually angled, so you could tip. You want to rotate the TV towards the camera to get rid of and angle it forward to get rid of any reflection. And a lot of you guys that are doing YouTube videos and other content, if you did that, you wouldn't need to buy any backgrounds because you could essentially just use a TV and put whatever up behind you. You could loop a video like I always do with my arcade. So when I put this background behind me, this is just a looping video. I did 30 seconds. I put it on my camera on a tripod in the studio, and it just loops. That's all it is.
It's a never-ending cycle.
Right. So it looks like I'm sitting in front of my arcades, even though I'm not. So when you do something like that, you can do multiple things. So I don't ever need to do a green screen. I can do a green screen just like that, changing the brightness on the TV. I did have to take the brightness down a little bit, so that way the green filled in really nice. So those are the types of things I want to talk about in some of those videos. And some of you new content creators, if you're new, I think it'll help. That's the main thing. It's like what we talked about earlier with Travis and that. And this is not a matte finished TV, so that's something else. People are like, okay, do I need a matte finished TV? This is 100% one that you could go to Walmart and buy. I think it's a Sharp TV. That's the brand. So some TVs are better than others selection wise. Yeah, depending on the size. I just bought a cheap one. This is a 4K TV. I wasn't going for...
Yeah, just 4K, not 8K.
Well, I only paid $299 for that. It was cheap, 53-inch from Walmart.
Yeah, that's the same one as my 58-inch TV.
Is there a reason why content creators have much louder intro and outro audio levels? Yes, and I'm guilty of it too. Well, I'm just being real. I'm not going to lie. I'm guilty of it too. I don't always check my intro and outro levels compared to what I'm doing with it, but that's what you should do. And I'm being more conscious of it now that I've gone through and started doing more and more YouTube videos. I'm trying to do 2 a week. In fact, I've got one scheduled for Monday, which you guys might like. It's an arcade tour, so you definitely want to check it out. It's only a 3-minute video, but check it out if you can check it. He was there. But when I play an intro, I don't always check my volume levels, which you should. And I try to do it with these shows. I try to check the volume level with my meters. Like Daniel will tell you, you can see. Let me go to my over-the-shoulder camera. Let's show you this. So when I talk, let me go zoom in here. Here's the chat room. You can see. So you want, like on this meter here, when it starts to hit red, I get worried, and I need to tune it down because this one is measuring, and it's calibrated to the output of vMix. So Daniel, say something.
Hello.
So his is barely peaking up, but sometimes when he talks normally instead of hello.
Hi, this is my normal voice. Hi.
Right. So that's where you want to basically just hit yellow. So I know to back off my mic. If I come up on my microphone, you can see I'm hitting red all the time, but I have some things in place to keep your ears safe.
Every YouTuber's intro is just blasting loud.
Right. So if I were to play a video, I want to make sure that those meters are
Yep,
reaching
you
the
have to make
same
sure
area.
it's turned down at a good point.
So you want to have when I set up, like when Jade sends me a video or Glenn or anybody, I always look at my meters. I'll play it ahead of time. I should say I always do. I need to do it all the time, but I don't. Sometimes I'm running late and I throw it in there. I want those meters to hit where my voice is hitting, so that way everything is balanced. They also have tools in there that you can. It's an automatic audio adjuster. You don't really want to rely on that because that could mess you up. P Dubs had that problem last night. He had turned on, and I don't think he realized that he had what's called AGC. AGC is automatic gain control. And what that'll do is when he gets quiet, it boosts his volume. So when he starts talking louder, it pulls his volume down. Like if he starts laughing, I don't know if you guys noticed that. He also had automatic gain control on his camera turned on. So automatic, I don't know if you noticed that sometimes his camera would get super bright and then it would dim itself down. I don't know if you guys noticed that. That's I talked to him about it before. He was probably doing a YouTube video, forgot to turn it off. It's not a bad thing, but sometimes, listen, you're in a hurry, you throw it up there, it happens. But his audio, he had automatic gain control. If you're doing that with audio in Skype, Zoom, all those places, StreamYard, they have that. Turn that off. You want to control your audio. Don't let it, like us. We control our own audio. I have a mixer.
I control my voice now.
Well, did you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
These guys, they need to, it's just little things like that sometimes you overlook. I want to do videos kind of explaining things like that, different terminology for content creators. Not saying content creators are stupid. There's a lot of guys that are really good at content. And so
You're a content creator.
I am a content creator. I like that term better than YouTuber. You call them YouTubers, don't you? Sometimes.
Don't share my secrets.
It has Jade got a new full-size arcade today. It's space converted to an MVC 4 slot. Yeah, she sent me a picture of it, but she didn't say what it was. She forgets I'm arcade stupid for real arcades. But it looks like an MVS. See, that's what she sent.
Oh.
So yeah, she didn't say what it was or what she's doing with it. She just said she was moving an arcade. I don't know if she got it new or if that's the one from her garage that she's putting into the house.
Or she bought it at the exchange.
Yeah, I haven't checked. Let me see here. Oh, that's a good one. MG said, hang on, let me pull this up here. He says, I complained. What does he say here?
He says, my first time watching the Tech was Gaming, I complained about his mic clipping, and he adjusted it.
And I adjusted it. Yep. Because I don't always hear what you guys are hearing. My mix is pre-fader. A lot of guys say PF, pre-fader. You guys are hearing post-fader, which is after any kind of compression's added, any kind of gain, which I don't put a lot of compression on, if anything. I put a noise gate on mine, and that's about it. But the gate's just a gate out background noise. Like if you'd be hearing the fans behind Daniel right now.
You will be hearing my chair squeaking right now.
If I didn't have a noise gate on it, because you could see all the equipment that's in that rack that runs the show. There's 1, 2, 3 computers, and then there's 4 rack fans in there. 2 in the back behind the top computer, and then there's 2 in the front. So it sucks the air in and blows it out. It sucks in cold air, blows out the hot air. And I do that to make sure that
it's really dang loud.
It's loud for him, but you guys aren't hearing it.
It's because I'm right in front of it. So just
hey, Goofy Foot, man, we were hanging out for you. We were waiting for you to come back in. So I always welcome feedback because sometimes you guys hear things that I don't hear, and that's fine. I mean, I know it's not perfect. So Biggie D says, how do I use my OBS mic filters on StreamYard? So, all right. So we want to do a little. Let's see if I can do this here live.
A stream tutorial.
Okay. So let me see if I can do this. Okay. I think I have OBS on this Mac. It'll work the same way. Do I have OBS on here?
I don't know. Do you?
If not, I can walk him through it with Wirecast. Wirecast has something similar. N-O. I used to have it on here. I wonder if I took it off. Okay. So let me open up this program. It's called Wirecast. It's a lot like OBS, but it's a paid solution, which is it's switching in itself. But I have to show it to you, otherwise you're not going to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to pull in my camera, my built-in camera here. Just like you would do with OBS, I'm going to bring my FaceTime camera, and I'm going to push it live. There you go. There you can see the cheating going on with the green screen behind me. So inside of OBS, just like in Wirecast, there is what's called a virtual camera. If you look down here, there's a virtual camera. You want to turn on virtual camera, virtual audio. So anything basically I do inside of Wirecast would show up in OBS. It would show, or excuse me, it would show up in Zoom, Google Meet, StreamYard even. I don't have StreamYard, but I would be able to show you. So what I would do is I'd hit start on that, and whatever my resolution's set to, like it turns on my virtual microphone, which is the audio from Wirecast. In your case, it would be the audio from OBS. And it'll do whatever resolution that my document is set up to. Right now it's set up to 1080. So essentially you can see this camera's crappy compared to my streaming camera. So if I came over here to say, if I went to StreamYard, I don't know if I still have an account. Let's see if I can log in. Oh, so I don't have an account. But what you would do is once you do that, the virtual camera, it'll come in, and you would, instead of your camera, you would see OBS virtual camera, and that's what you would select as your camera. So that means then anything I would do inside of here, like if I wanted to add graphics, if I wanted to add, it would show up inside of StreamYard. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Maybe for a video. I've done a couple OBS tutorials, but maybe in the future I'll do a couple with that. Let's see here. Don't save.
Wirecast is giving you a hard time.
No, well, I'm just trying to close it. It's like, are you sure you want to close it? Yes, I want to close it.
I could what?
Right. So that's a lot how I do on your Teams Zoom. You just pick the virtual camera. Exactly. You could do that if you're running OBS, and let's say you're in a meeting. It doesn't even have to be for broadcasting. Let's say you want to use anything you create, PowerPoints and things like that inside of Teams and Zoom. Pick virtual camera rather than your physical camera. Then you can do all kinds of cool filters, make things explode, and like I have different transitions. You guys never see them because I don't like to do like crazy stupid transitions, but I'll show you a couple of them here.
YouTubers every day.
What's that? Oh, YouTubers doing crazy.
They do stupid things because
I'm not in all that.
People like me like them.
Oh, I know you like stuff like that. So here's one I could do as I transition to Daniel. Right. If I put it on transition, it'll do something like that. I could do one. Let me put it. Where was it? There it is. So if I do this, and it's not doing it for some reason here. Let's do door slam. Oh, nobody saw it. I want that post fade. Can we do that? They're only seeing that in preview. Why are they only seeing that in preview? They shouldn't see that in preview. There we go. That's do different effects like that. So there's different. Oh, that's why. Is it a live set? I don't do any of those things. I don't do any of those. It's just yeah. I don't even like that. I like my fade. So like yeah, I'm not into that kind of stuff. So there's different transitions. I could do this laptop one
Wow, so fancy.
Yeah, I'm not into the crazy transitions.
So crazy. Explosions.
Well, oh, there is an explosion one. Did you see
Yeah,
that
yeah.
here? All right, I know you want me to do explosion. All right,
Boom.
I'm killing the magic for me. I'm sorry, guys. I know he's joking, but there's different. Like here's one. Like, where would you ever use this?
I mean, if you're doing a music podcast or show or
Yeah,
something,
maybe.
talking about a guitar.
I'm not into. Here's an interesting one too. Just kind of takes a picture and just floats it away.
Oh, I thought that was for. I just saw my shirt and I was like, oh, Hawaiian?
This glass break one. Let's see if it does it.
Hammer. Oh,
That one's pretty cool. So like if I do it slow, like if I move my hand, you can actually see it on the broken glass. If you move your hands, you could see it inside the reflections of the broken glass. So if I come back up and I break the glass, Daniel will actually move inside the broken glass, all the little pieces. So there's a lot of cool transitions that you can do. Oh, don't move the Alien movie. All right, here I got one for you then.
oh.
Here, we'll have the alien hand come out. So this is a cool wipe that you can do. So if you move around in your video in the corner, you can see he's I'm still on the crumpled video that the alien hand is doing. So the TriCaster, because it's a professional video solution, this is what actual TV uses. There's a lot more effects.
Isn't there an ESPN one?
There's a ton of effects.
I've seen YouTubers do like the ESPN ones. Like if someone gets a really cool kill, like Mike said in the comments.
Yeah, there's this where like you can swipe over.
Well, in videos they use like the ESPN to rewind on like Fortnite kills.
What? I don't know what ESPN one you're talking
No,
about.
like ESPN effect when like they reverse back to like really good plays.
I'm sure there is.
I'll show you later.
Yeah, these are only ones that I have in here that are. There's a mouse click one. So mouse comes up and clicks on it, moves. There's like stupid one.
That mouse click one looks like something else.
See, I use OBS, Mike. I use OBS though when I'm doing. I don't use the TriCaster. TriCaster's overkill for like Fortnite and stuff like that. So there's a lot of effects you can do. So many different ones here.
ESPN.
Let me see here. Carl's showing one here. What does he say? He says, and we know you don't live in DC, MG. You live in Manassas. There, he still go back and forth. There's a ton of different effects though for transitions. I usually just do cut and smooth. Like I like to cut back and forth, and like I don't usually do that one either. Let me go to.
You slap the laptop down. You're so mad.
Yeah, no, I do a fade. So usually, I like to do fades with lower thirds. So I bring them on so that it's just like TV, fade them on, fade them off.
No, you should do the laptop click.
But I do a hard cut is what traditional broadcasting uses between shots. If I'm going between camera inputs, depending on what it is. So it all depends on what I'm cutting to, or what I'm trying to go to. So if I'm going camera to camera,
you're just showing them how you do.
No, it's all right. I'm okay with that. It's.
I know you're just giving them tutorials.
Well, it's not even tutorials.
Like little bits of tutorial.
Well, I did some videos people were asking questions about,
and you answered them.
So, but I think, guys, we're gonna wrap up here. It's 5:23. We're gonna have to go to dinner. We gave you entertainment all afternoon. Hope you enjoyed it. We didn't have anything going on because my wife had to
Do stuff.
do stuff. So I need to pull that chat back up. It killed my chat.
Wake up, you're breaking things.
Yeah, no. I'll get it right back up. Hang on. He's getting worried because he can't see the chat now.
No. When did I ever say that?
Hang on, I'll bring your chat back. There it is. You get double doses of Retro Buzz or Game Time with Retro Buzz mixed in and a ton of other people mixed in.
It's a mix-up day. Mix-up mashup.
It's a geek flex. He's telling me it's a geek flex. Yeah, no worries, Biggie. I'll try to do some more videos like that, short and sweet and to the point. If you're new to OBS, I can do some videos on OBS. Video, that's kind of why I figured today I didn't know if people were going to call in, so I was like, you know what, I'm just going to do something that's something that I can do that I can't do on a normal show, where you do a lot of stuff like this, virtual sets. These virtual sets look so realistic.
Hey, that looks like a ship from Star Wars.
Yeah, it looks like we're in a multi-billion-dollar studio. So somebody that's never seen this show would be like, holy cow.
Hey, this is the outro that you used for Legends Arcade, except...
No, I didn't do it for Legends Center.
Well,
it was a different one.
Well, yeah, but different studio, but same like zoom out.
Yeah, I could do a bunch of different.
Except you made it zoom out a little further.
No, that's about as far as they zoom out. No, it does.
I know.
And so, like, you could do stuff like this, and then there's different angles. So that's an angle, and then there's a different angle. It's the same studio, but the desk. So it gives you that realistic view. And then I'll just kind of zoom it in here on this one so you guys can see. And we just kind of zoom it in and just like the news. And my hands are free. So just do it. Yeah. Hey, appreciate it, Goofy Foot. Appreciate it, Adam. MG. Appreciate it. Everybody coming in here, hanging out. We're gonna roll out of here because I'm getting hungry. I know my son here, he's gonna be hungry here.
I'm dying. I'm starving.
Are you?
I'm starving.
Well, then you'll have to wait. You'll have to wait a little bit longer.
Oh, come on.
We have game night tonight as well. People are coming over. I'm still trying to figure out setting up cameras so you guys can peer in, and I want to get it to where you guys can choose cameras that you want to see in the game room that's going out live. So we have to do that.
I try to get on these shows a little more often. We
got to get you trained even more. So appreciate it, guys. We'll see you guys next week. Well, technically it's Thursday for more game time. And again, appreciate everybody coming out. See you guys later.